Netrunner players, welcome back to it's day two now of the Reading Megacity. We are now into the top eight of the tournament, and here we have the first game for the top eight. We have Cornelius, who top of Swiss against against Faulty Ice here, who actually came ninth in Swiss, but because of someone dropping out, managed to get a place into the top cup. And so I think this is Cornelius here looking up the deck list, and I'm joined, let me just update our little commentary name, by Kikai. Welcome along, Kikai. How has your Netrunner experience been this weekend?
Hey, thanks for having me. Yeah, I played Seb. I played a very similar list to what Cornelius is playing here. Cornelius has made one change on the list that I was playing. I think it's a good change. He swapped a third strike front for a third raindrops. I think it's a good change. And Cornelius did a lot better with the deck than I did. I lost most of my Seb games. I think Cornelius won probably all of his Seb games. So, yeah. And in fact, I lost one of my Seb losses was against Faulty Ice, and one of Cornelius's Seb wins was against Faulty Ice. So,
they played this match before.
They played this match yesterday.
Oh, that's very interesting to know.
But the difference is now we're playing in open deck lists, and I'll be honest, playing into this editorial division deck, not knowing what the tag punishment was, that was pretty scary. And that, when I was playing, that gave me a lot of hesitation. I'd be much more comfortable with this matchup if I had the deck list in front of me and I understood what the tag punishment package was. So it'll be interesting to see how this game goes.
And from what you've seen now, have you seen the deck list since? Or
I've not seen the deck list, but
I guess from having played and then seeing the tag punishment, it's pretty light, right? Do we even have ended the line in that?
I don't think we do, and that was the thing that really gave me pause. I guess I should have been able to read into it, seeing the lacuna. Is it lacuna? The Wayland asset that when you res it, you
oh yes,
at the start turn, Campos.
Yeah, let me pull that one up.
Which, you know, that costs quite a lot of influence. It's a really good way of managing the bad pub situation, and it really helps with the rush strategy.
We can try this for the sound. Hopefully this isn't too boosted. I think this is going to work actually. Let me just tweak the sound for people at home. Where am I looking here? And at the end of this, I'm going to also do a little video just to show people what the actual whole setup looks like. Because okay,
we had a token explosion where someone had to play 52 cards to pick up all of their tokens.
Oh no.
So, yeah.
Alright, let me just check that things are all ready. Everything looks fine. We've got 12 people watching right now, so this is update over here. That's because it's for yesterday. There we go. Alright, we have 10 people live. They are just doing, I think, pausing on mulligans here because another table in the top 8 has thrown their tokens all over the floor, and that does need to be rectified and sorted first.
I always get it first round of every tournament, less so now, but I always used to get the shakes. Always. Didn't matter whether it was a big continentals or a little casual tournament. First round, the adrenaline would kick in. Real easy to just throw your tokens everywhere.
And so, as someone that has been in top 8 before, I have actually also been in top 8, but that was an 8-person tournament, so maybe it was a little bit unfair. What goes through the mind differently when you're coming up? You know, you've got now in a match where you get to see the open deck list, but also there's so much more pressure because you've made it to this stage. You're feeling proud, but also hungry for more, maybe.
Yes and no. I think some of the best advice that I was given was your goal for any tournament should be to make the top cut. That's where the real work happens in Swiss. Once you've made the top cut, obviously you play your best, but at the end of the day, anything can happen. Like you don't know what your matchups are going to be. You don't know how good the variance is going to be. You're always going to try and play your best, but you can't control everything that happens in the top cut. So just play the best you can, and hope you have a good day, and maybe you'll emerge out on top. But if you don't, you shouldn't beat yourself up about it. You've made the top cut. That's the goal. Like
yeah. And when it comes to playing on stream for the top cut, how does it feel different as someone on stream when you know there's a little bit extra pressure, a little bit more uncertainty? What goes through your mind? Is there anything that goes through your mind differently when you're on stream?
I think it shouldn't, right? Ideally, it shouldn't. Ideally, you want to be relaxed. You want to be focused, but you want to be relaxed. And ideally, you don't want to be playing any different on stream than if you're not playing on stream. But I think it's just getting used to it, right? I certainly remember the first time I played on stream. I think I was a bit more nervous. I think I was a little bit cognizant of the fact that people were watching me. That actually encouraged me to make a play. My first game on stream, I was playing Argus, and my opponent installed 2 daily casts, which gave me a read that they were never going to make. They weren't going to run next turn. So my play was to install double advance and GFI naked on the board, pretending that it was an NGO plan.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a play I would have made if I wasn't on stream, but because I was on stream, I thought, hey, this might not work, but you know, it's going to look good.
Yeah, definitely. And that is some of the best Netrunner we like to see. And we're kicking things off here with a pretty good opening hand here for 40 Ice. That's a
Planogram into Vulture Fund for the look of it, which is just
probably to go get another Vulture Fund here.
I mean, I don't know that you could ask for a better hand. We may go and get a piece of ice, like a Piranhas or something like that, or a Grubber. I think we could go and get something to protect HQ. Yeah. But yeah, this looks like a good opening to me.
I'm just gonna leave you here commentating your own for a sec while I go try and fix that flickering camera.
Okay. So yeah, and we are in fact we're shooting at Piranhas. And we're going to shuffle that into our hand, and then we're going to probably put an ice on HQ. Maybe it's the Piranhas, maybe it isn't. Maybe it's, and it looks like it isn't the Piranhas. But of course, Cornelius doesn't know that, so Cornelius is now going to be thinking, okay, there's a Piranhas on HQ. If I want to land a transfer, which I absolutely do, I'm going to need to find an answer to a Piranhas. But it probably isn't a Piranhas. It looks like it might be a Grubber. Actually, it's a bit odd for an ice to put on HQ, but we'll see.
Let me just fix this problem. Alright, classic slight technical difficulty. It is technically round 1 of the tournament day, so always expected.
Alright, so it looks like we've got a Devil Charm, which is half of the solution for dealing with this quote-unquote Piranhas. Now a hedge fund, even more money for Ad Neelam. And a double ice on the remote. Okay, so that looks like Grubber Piranhas on the remote, so we don't know what the HQ ice is. It'd be interesting whether or not that gives a tell to Cornelius that it might not be Piranhas on HQ. Had a priv access for Hannah. Hannah Manuel, by the looks of it. And looks like we're seeing 2 off of R&D with the tag and the Manuel. But no hits there.
Just so people know, we're just going to disable the flickering camera for now. We'll fix that for the next round, but for now let's keep
some cards. Looks like we'll be gaining another bad pub. No, there's no bad pub on Grubber, right? If it's on the remote.
If it's on a remote, yeah. Only if it's on central.
It's just a good piece of ice.
However, you only get 1 fire from the raindrops here because it ends the run, so you don't get the second draw out of it. But getting a card draw off your raindrop is always a pretty happy moment, and forcing the res too. So we know this is a single advanced card. Do we know what it is at the moment?
It looks like it's going to be either a Crypto Crash or a Witch Hunt. Depending on what you think it is, the ideal play that defends against both is a Friend of a Friend. Friend of a Friend would sink your credit to drop you below Crypto Crash range, and also gives you a nice way to recover from Witch Hunt. It looks like we are putting pressure to force another res. This is the Piranhas. This will get us a bad pub, which will summon the Lacuna Campos. So that'll be going into that remote after this agenda push. Ideally for 40 Ice, if this is a seamless score, the Luana can go into the remote on the same turn, which would be ideal.
Definitely. Now, how good is Luana Campos? I think it's something that I've only ever seen played in Ezra Division, which means I've never actually played it myself to know how much value it's providing you. In this deck, you're not doing fancy D-Ray shenanigans. You're harboring your bad pub a little bit. I mean, you're getting 3 credits in a card. It's a pretty good payout every turn.
Yeah, I think it's really good in this kind of deck. I've seen actually Cornelius would play Luana Campos in Nuven, a bad pub Nuven with reg capture, because you can use Luana to suck up all the bad pub, and when you're ready to reg capture, overinstall, get the bad pub, and reg capture will go through.
And it is also true here for a tutorial division, when Luana Campos is uninstalled and you take the bad pub, you do also get a trigger. So even Luana Campos firing once, you gain 2, draw a card, and you get to search your deck for a card of your choice, and possibly also force the runner to consider whether they should run or target this card amongst all of that.
I think it's very good in this rush deck. I do. It looks like Cornelius sniped a Crypt Crash, I guess, off the top of R&D, still using Manuel to dig on R&D. The really important thing here is not just getting points, but preventing faulty ice from drawing agendas. If you can stop a rush deck from drawing agendas, they've got nothing to push.
Yeah, and while R&D is open with Manuel, I guess the downside here is you have to worry about tags, but as we said with open deck list, if you know that, as far as I know, the tag punishment we saw before was Retribution. If you know that Retribution is possibly only it, I guess you have to worry about taking down the Manuel. Maybe that's something that should be on 40 Ice's mind here, is if there is a window to take down Manuel before we get to threat 3, because that is when Manuel gets a little better, right?
Yeah, Manuel gets harder to thrash at threat 3. Yeah. Just a bit of a correction, because we misread that there. Actually, it was getting through the Piranhas and then paying through the Grubber to steal the Crypto Crash, which I think has to be the correct thing to do, right? You either pay 6 for the Grubber to steal, or you lose 7 to the Crypto score.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Now we've installed... Is this a Regolith?
That's a Regolith. So this is something 40 Ice was saying to me yesterday, that actually, even though the deck looks rich, it can run out of money very quickly. That Vulture Fund only stretches so far.
Yeah.
And that being able to get money off of Regolith was really important. It seems a little slow for a rush deck, but 40 Ice is making it work. So you would assume this was Luana Campos going into the remote, but could be another agenda.
Yeah, I guess it does open up an interesting... Netrunner is often claimed to be a game about bluffing. And when you go and search your deck for a card, and they know what you've searched for, and then you choose to install something, it does mean there's a little bit of...
You just
the fun
naturally,
bluffing
you
game
just go, okay, well that's what that is, and that's where that is, and it can quite easily be rused. Not sure quite what's going on. Oh, we're raindropsing now. Now we find out what the ice is on HQ. Or maybe not, maybe there won't be a res.
Definitely a piece of ice we want to find out what it is, so we can feel a bit more confident about hitting those transfers.
There's an oppo. Yeah, it's slightly awkward. Raindrops in HQ is awkward because the corp isn't really incentivized to red. So all we really get is a free HQ access, which is not great value. We would rather see a res and get some raindrops draws.
Yeah. So here we see Luana Campos firing off, harboring 1 bad pub, and also earning 3 and drawing a card.
I think ideally the HQ pokes now become a lot more valuable because Luana is going to be drawing 40 ice cards. Some of those cards may be agendas, and the agendas right now don't actually have anywhere to go while Luana is in that mode. So a HQ poke on this turn actually I think would be a lot more valuable. Is this an overdraw and a discard? 2 discards. No, we're upgrades
okay.
and a discard.
An upgrade on archive. What are we expecting this to be?
I mean, I've not seen the list, but I would think a Maeve, possibly. Oh, would you discard an agenda as a rush deck? That seems like a strange thing to do.
Yeah.
Hollow Man? Are we just going to put the Hollow Man on archives? Move it across when we want it?
Probably is the safest place, especially as the only real reason that against a rush deck that you'd want to run archives here is because you're using privileged access and you're getting no access if you
right, you wouldn't see it anyway. Now Cornelius one Priv Access has already been played, but Cornelius may decide to trash the ice on archives as part of the Priv Access one. At which point, you know, picking up the Hollow Man, if it is Hollow Man, is a trivial thing to do. But
Yeah. I think we're saying a little after maybe a mix up of where all the cards are and making sure the upgrade was obvious and visible. Down comes, that looks like a Gourmand.
Gourmand, yeah.
Running R&D to try and get some Audrey fuel. Hitting an Oppo there.
We are trashing the Oppo. I guess we get ourselves an Audrey counter. Good.
Audrey gaining 1 and drawing a card from the Gourmand.
We don't know how many cards are in hand for Cornelius. We don't know what those cards are. But if we've got Strike Funds and Steel Skins, then we could be in a good place to put some pressure on potentially HQ, possibly even Archives. Cornelius is still being redacted by Adnelum. Error, runner not found.
And the corporate is pretty rich here. That's 22 credits. And also with two of the ice on the board already res. That's quite a lot of money.
Yeah, well, we had a Vulture Fund, didn't we? We had a Crowning Ground Vulture Fund, Hedge Fund, and we cleared a Regolith, and Luana Campos has fired twice.
Yeah.
So you would think that this would be enough money to support the Corp, possibly for the rest of the game.
And now we see that overinstall we mentioned earlier. Overinstalling on Luana Campos, releasing the bad pub, which means you're taking bad pub. So as editorial division, you get to go and search your deck. Now, editorial division, it's once per turn, right?
First time each turn.
Okay. Are there any ways to take the bad pub on the runner's turn? I guess if they trash Luana Campos.
Or if you res your...
Oh yeah, you res ice. Yeah.
Yeah, a Vulture Fund is like your ideal opening trigger, I think, because it sets you up economically. But beyond that, you're going to be getting quite a few triggers. And
that definitely is a big tension point of the game is, as a runner, if you can keep the court poor, you put yourself ahead. Whereas if they can reasonably consistently go and find Vulture Fund early on, if they can find anything that they can res, then they know that they can have enough money to not have to, you know, reach the bottom of the barrel and click for 3 for a turn.
Yeah, thankfully Vulture Fund is 7 to play, thankfully.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not quite the economic balance.
Yeah, gone are the days of, what was the 0?
Too big to fail.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, that would be a card in this deck. Yeah, your transfers here are they're not nothing, but they're really going to be funding the runner more than anything else. And I don't know, look, here we are, there's a transfer happening right now. Hitting a Doom Scroll by the looks of it. Turns out the HQ Ice was Doom Scroll. This is a pretty easy break for Audrey. The numbers marry up quite well. We should be getting a link to the deck lists now. Is that what trash is that? Is that a Devil Charm trash? Okay, we're going to transfer. We're going to see 2 cards in HQ.
And we've just put the deck lists are available, as well as all the brackets and the current standing and progress for this top 8 today are all available. It is open deck list. Let's actually, I'm just going to bring them up for us to see so that we can get a little more insight into what is in these decks.
It's another Oppo. Oh, and there's a Seamless. I can't be happy to be seeing that, not with a new card in the remote that now looks very much like a 4-2, like either a Witch Hunt or a Crypto Crash. Or even a Tomorrow's Headline with a little bit of tag punishment mixed in. What is our tag punishment? Retribution, IP Enforcement, Backroom.
So yeah, the influence here for editorial division is 3 Seamless Launch. We're rushed, we want to go out fast, but we're doing no advance or small advance. We've got a Retribution, we've got only 2 Vulture Funds, which is a little surprising, but I guess if you find some other way to get to one of them, you can get to the other nicely. And then we have 2 Luana Camposes as well, along with just 1 Retribution. So deciding to invest more in the card and money engine of Luana Campos instead of having a single end of the line as a punishment in. And it looks like we've just scored out a Witch Hunt using a Holloman.
So that's going to give the runner 3 tags. It's also going to give the corp another bad pub, which looks like it's going to summon a vulture fund.
Which is
No,
okay,
we're going to get a back through machinations.
Yeah, I was going to say the vulture fund is very interesting here because it would put you to, you have 7 credits, so you're almost saying to the runner, I'm not going to res anything here because I have a vulture fund. I really want to play it. And then discarding one at the end of the turn. But now the runner with 3 tags. Of course, Seb sometimes likes having some tags. Maybe not 3 at once, but
So, oh, and there's a Valentina. And I think the Valentina may have come down off of the Witch Hunt tag. That's huge. That Valentina is absolutely huge. Because now clearing these 3 tags has gone from being a 6 credit proposition to a 3 credit proposition.
yeah.
That's before you start mixing in Hannah. Yeah. That's pretty big for Cornelius.
Does force the runner here to have to deal with these tags though, which means you can have a bit of a snowball on Faulty Ice's side, where you score out with Holloman, you have a click left, you put the next one in. We've only got 7 credits here, so we're not threatening like a triple 3 in a row chain, but imagine like 2 back-to-back witch hunts. Although does Witch Hunt, I actually don't know enough about what Witch Hunt does. Does it clear the tags?
No. No, the tags
Oh,
apply
you
at the end
remove
of
or
turn.
then give 3. Okay. But yeah, it's kind of like Oppo in that you're saying you can probably deal with these, but if you can't, it's going to be really bad. Although in this case, we know that the bad for you is that Doom Scroll is slightly worse and that you may face Retribution.
Yeah, I mean, the Corp wants to score its 7th point using backroom machinations. It doesn't really want to score 8 points. Okay, taking another agenda off of R&D. Again, the most significant thing here is it's going to slow down Faulty Ice from finding those agendas to jam.
Yeah, and we are on all 2 pointers here. It's 3 crypto, 3 embedded reporting, 1 tomorrow's headline, and 3 witch hunts. Every single agenda worth 2 points. 6 of them 4 advancements, and 4 of them are just 3 advancements.
It looks like we're going to clear those tags. Seb obviously, ideally, does want to clear tags because the first half of the Seb ability only fires if we don't have a tag.
Yeah.
It's only when we take a tag when we didn't have one. And Priv Access is only playable if we don't have a tag. So while Seb may end up floating tags eventually, it's not ideal.
And let's just take a quick look at the influence here for Seb. As expected, 3 transfer evolve. Still got a buffer drive, and with Ashen Epilogue becoming banned, we now have a boomerang in that replacement as a way to just make sure you can get in when you need to. Here we can see, I think that's the boomerang there on archives, right? Mm-hmm. Just so that when you find a privilege access, you can probably get in when you need to.
So this was a public trail in play into a Trash of Eru by the looks of it.
I think so.
Saying, okay, I understand how I lose this game. I lose this game on R&D. I can't res archives and R&D. So I guess I'm committing here to resing my R&D ice, and I'm more comfortable with you. If you do get through, I'm more comfortable with you seeing 2 than you seeing 3.
Yeah. And hopefully finding that the ice on R&D is taxing enough that it's not something that you can lock out the corp with without finding, a trashable every single time.
Yeah, Audrey, it's not obvious how much work Audrey is going to be able to do in this matchup. We do have a lot of bad pubs, so if we do see, and there are trashables in the list, trashables are very easy to trash. So it may be that Audrey may be all that we need, but it's not obvious that that's the case.
Looks like are we making a run on R&D here? Making a decision here. We do have Luana Campos to give us some more money again at the start of next turn, and by the looks of what's going on, that Luana Campos is going to be pretty safe. And
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it will draw you 2 cards, so if Audrey gets what they want and finds a trashable to get a counter, and maybe one other card, let's say an ice or an operation, then when you draw your 2 cards from Mandatory and Luana Campos, you're going to have drawn through the lock already, so you will be seeing fresh cards.
Yep.
But I think we do still have the vulture fund around, or was that maybe it might have been played previously to afford the the public trail.
I think we got backrooms instead, didn't we?
Oh,
Didn't
yeah,
we decided
yeah.
to get backrooms. We thought about Vulture Fund, and then we decided to get the backrooms.
Yeah.
It's quite nasty. So I played into this yesterday. I gourmanded the backrooms, and all that happened was the backrooms got spin doctored back into deck, and then the piranhas was rezzed, and it just got summoned back into hand again. So
Yeah. How difficult is it for the Ed division to give the runner a tag in it? I guess they have public trail as a way to spend 6 and.
we've got Oppo, we've got Witch Hunts, we've got Pings, Doom Scrolls.
And yeah, I guess the slightly inconvenient cost difference on Oppo, where you're paying 7, the runner's paying 8. You're obviously spending 4 clicks for it, but is counteracted a lot by the fact that you have access to things like Vulture Fund and Tijuana Canvas to just print credits when you need to.
Or we're a rush deck. If we're pushing hard, I think it's a small Oppo may be enough. Like that may be enough. The runner may end up in a position where, in order to contest your pushes, they can't also have the economy to deal with a small Oppo.
Yeah. Overwriting here to put the boomerang in the bin. The only way now to get that back will be with buffer drive. If we choose to use the remove from game later on, if we find that buffer drive.
We also have Kotorga, but it's quite likely that boomerang is probably gone now for good. I don't think we've seen any crews yet. I don't think we've seen a chisel either. So, this Devil Charm is still on the board from turn 1. I don't know how many cards Cornelius has been drawing, but as Faulty Ice, you've got to be thinking, that's an IP enforcement.
Oh, okay.
Summoned off of the Vulture Fund. I guess the Vulture Fund must have been summoned, must have been tutored off of the piranhas, and now Vulture Fund is going to be... Boomerang should actually still be in play. I think the ice the boomerang was on got trashed.
No, but you
Oh,
boomerang, you
yes,
just
yes.
So
Because
technically, it's unavailable
ice.
to the 2 buffer drive. But when you install hardware, you can choose to crash hardware.
No, that's true of programs, but only programs. Yes, so that boomerang should be permanently stranded and effectively RFG'd. I think it is unlikely that the boomerang will be recurred in any case, but that is a good shout. I don't know what the protocol is.
Yeah, I guess also if you were going to get a boomerang back, you're probably getting it back just so that you can play a privileged access to get a crew back. So you could just save yourself a lot of time by getting a crew back there.
I think it is unlikely that this will create a concern in the game. But, it is good to note. Are we jamming again? Jamming in the remote?
Again, somehow full of credits.
Well, Luana
and that comes out in embedded reporting.
Oh, this was just a fast advance.
Yeah.
Okay. I like it.
I guess the difficulty here with Seb having no pinholes, and also have we seen a crew?
We haven't seen a crew or a chisel. You've got to think that there must be one coming.
Because the solution to no pinholes is get your crews and just make sure there's no ice so that you don't need to pinhole around it. But unfortunately, they don't come up.
We're transferring in. I think we're letting Doom Scroll fire. Not sure. Let's see how we're breaking it. Yeah, it looks like we're letting it fire.
I think this is 4 bad pub, not 4 tags. Oh, we do have 1 tag. Yeah. Or we took the tag from
Exactly. I think that might be a sure gamble that the net damage hit. That's an IP enforcement. You've got to think that that's going to be trashed with bat yet. That's going in the bin. Turns out trash and IP enforcement is a lot more palatable when you've got 4 bad pub. And we get another Manuel access and we see a grubber. So when ice does get trashed, we do have an ice in HQ ready to go to replace it.
Gosh, 5 to trash on IP enforcement. That is an expensive trash cost.
If you've got 4 bad pub,
yeah,
it's not like we're paying credits to break ice. This game's looking pretty tense.
4 points against 4 points. I don't think there's anything. Oh, we have Oppo for threat 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then also Manuel for threat 3, but
and Privax as well. But...
And also we know from seeing the decks here that you have to still you have to do two things in your score area to be able to win this game. So on the corp side, score an agenda, and then if you can, a backroom machinations, otherwise two agendas, and then run aside, having to find two more agendas from here.
So that's a spin, Doctor, in the naked remote for anyone that's wondering. And do we jam as well and then play an Oppo? Looks like a small Oppo, I think, just 2 tags. And I didn't see a scepter there. Does look like Cornelius has struggled to draw through or chisel.
Unfortunately, we do have double elimination for the tournament today, so it doesn't mean it's over. If you find an unfortunate draw and don't make it through one game, there is a chance to come back. However, it's obviously pretty difficult when you top Swiss, and then if it doesn't quite come together, it can be a bit of a challenge.
Anything can happen in the top round. Cornelius had the pick of side and chose to play Seb into this Adnelium deck. But there's no accounting for, you know, you get a rough draw.
Now, when you choose sides, do you get to see the deck lists for both? Okay, yeah.
You get about 5 minutes to look at your opponent's deck list.
So he gets to know that there's no problem being on low cards here. Apart from Piranhas can have more text then.
Yeah. There's an interesting decision about whether or not Amanuensis is good for you or not. It looks like the Seamless launching a Witch Hunt.
Yeah, there's 5 bad pub now. And it's going to give the ability to go and fetch.
But how do you turn that bad pub? How do you turn it to your advantage? Like, you know, how does it? It doesn't help you get through ice, really. I mean, Grubber, I suppose it helps. It does help you get through Grubber. But Piranhas can be quite tricky, especially when we don't know what the ice in front of the Piranhas is. Yeah, this is looking pretty tough for Cornelius here. Like, this Holoman is threatening a fast advance. Backroom Machinations is threatening to just end the game. We're only at 4 points. We need to steal 2 more agendas. We may only have 1 turn to do it. Gourmand coming down. So Cornelius has a plan.
I can say one of the other difficulties 4-7 to this is a lot of the ices are reasonably annoying amount of strength. Doom Scroll being 3, Piranhas being 6, Rubber being 5 means you've got 3 charms. That's going to get through some pretty easily. But in terms of crashing other ones, you're going to have to find not only 1 crew, but possibly 2 or 3 crews in order to make it happen.
Yeah, you have some options. You can break the Doom Scroll with your Audrey. Piranhas, if you can like wrangle your hand size with Gourmanding a ping, then you can. There are ways and means of getting through the Piranhas. And Grubber, we've got the bad pub. I think that might be another Spin Doctor. Yep, that's getting trashed as well. Okay.
And with 2 Audrey counters, it's going to make it a lot easier to get into any of these servers.
What do we do? Do we need to clear these tags to stop the back room? Do we need to trash the Holoman to stop the fast advance line? Like we're drawing cards.
Did we deal with the back rooms, or do we know that it's in hand?
I got summoned. I don't remember it getting trashed, but I may have missed it. I mean, if we don't deal with it, it is still in hand. That is GG.
I thought for a second that the screen had frozen. But no, just a long waiting pause.
We're going R&D, we're just going to try and win. I think we're seeing 2.
It will be 2 fresh cards.
That is
1. An agenda.
Stays.
We do have 1 last click.
6.
If we
6.
Yeah, if we've accepted the backroom machinations, then all we can do now is run for 2 more in R&D, surely. Well, seeing 1 fresh card. Or there is HQ as well.
You could try and see 2 in HQ. The Gourmand's gone, so if we see backrooms in HQ, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Do you want to see 2 in HQ, or do you want to see a fresh card in R&D, or do you want to check archives? This is not easy. It's not an easy choice for the runner.
I guess here's where you have to sit back, think about the actions the corp has taken, the way that they've been able to put agendas in, score them out reasonably fast. Do we expect that therefore there's not going to be a few bubbled up in HQ?
Yeah, I mean, how many have we got? We've got 10 agendas, and 6 of them are right there on the table, face up. So there's only 4 more to look for.
And also, if we also think about the cards that you could have in hand here, if you had a 3-2, you'd probably be more interested in scoring that because you can score it out and put in the next agenda that you have in place. So my guess would be that there aren't any in HQ right now.
So you reckon take an extra, see one more on R&D?
Although actually no, it doesn't really hold up because Witch Hunt's so good because it gives 3 tags, which means you do have the option. Okay, we're going for
R&D.
You know the
that
first.
one and that one.
Looks like a doom scroll there.
That's going to be game, isn't it? Yeah. That's so there's a backroom machinations in hand. Which is going to take the court up to 7 points.
Start of turn, needs to draw, then play 2 for the backroom machinations, removing a tag, and getting knockback channels. Did no one ever play that card?
I don't think so. Not that I remember.
There we go. I think looking through the deck there.
Where are the crews? Where are the chisels? Like, we have this one Devil Charm from turn 1, a second Devil Charm got crashed to Audrey, which I think that was spooky. That's a spooky thing. That's
As in to see that as a corp, you go, oh, things are not looking good over there.
Always the corp when you see that, you're like, okay, that tells me something. That tells me that your hand is kind of bricked. And this can happen to Seb now, especially without the Ashen. You can have bricked hands. Yeah.
Well, there we go. That is the first round. Let's just switch over. If I have this set up correctly. Let me just take a look and we can have a look at the bracket. We may also have some reports come in already. Hello, this is me and Kikai. Just looking here. So, if we look at this chart, then we can see we have Not Yeti with Melia's Youth has beat the currently undefeated Padma. And also we have Bucket Hat Ben on AUCO, I think with Measured Response, beating Essa there. And we don't have the result yet for Arasana versus Combo PD. But we do, of course, have the outcome here of Editorial Division making it through. So next we will see Salty Ice's runner. No, actually, we don't know. How is that decided for the next round? Because
they both fought. This will be a coin flip. This will be randomized.
Okay.
From here on in, it will try and balance to make sure that people play the same of each. But in the event that there's side bias.
Is that an automated coin flip?
I think the system does it. Yeah.
So we'll flip a coin to determine which way this gets weighted and therefore apply the opposite coin flip for the other outcome?
I don't know that quite follows because we don't know. I mean, who's Cornelius going to be paired into?
Up against runner. Oh, yes, we don't know. Against Lovelace.
Okay.
So we'll have 2 runners playing each other, 2 corps. So I guess
I don't know. I would assume there were 2 separate coin flips, but
then you could end up with by pure random of coin flips that you end up with extra court games. But then I guess you can balance it out later.
Anything can happen in the top cut. This is what I mean. It's all chaos from here. Yeah, he'll be really happy with that result. I think Melia's into this Spark Padma. It seems like I think that's the matchup.
Yeah, I think the Spark Padma has been designed to take down the fact that most players are on Melia's right now.
Yeah, Yeti will be really happy with that result.
Oh, we have Bose's popping by. Also a fellow member of the Wave Workers Clique, London's best exclusively London testing group. Let's see if Dolwell can claw it back here. And we just need to wait to see what the outcome of these other rounds are. Let's have a little look at the other deck list. So I guess we can't know at the moment what decks will be played, but we can have a little peek at maybe some more interesting. So we did see this AUCO versus ESSA game where it's measured response AUCO. And is there anything unusual here? Humanoid Resources is a little bit more of a recent AUCO include.
Yeah, this is. I mean, this is. We're playing the Sumac. This is a very stand. I think this is the standard measured response AUCO list. There are many measured response AUCO lists, but I think this one has proven to be pretty good. I know that Davs is a big fan of it. The Ice Suite is sort of where you see different meta tweaks. So we are playing the Sumacs, we are playing Fly Swatter. So what we're seeing here is a continued respect for Anarch, for Audrey. Some AUCO, you can see that with the recent ban list changes, you can see that some AUCO have started to drop some of that tech for the Anarch matchup.
Yeah.
We don't have a Mavarus, do we? No, but we do have the Sumac and the Fly Swatter.
And then on the runner side here for Essa, I get two. Oh, sorry, no, one copy of yeah, it's 2 influence, one copy of Hippocampic Mechanocytes, one Revolver as well, alongside 3 Botculus, 2 Begamot, and an Abassi as well, and then also 3 Nukas in there. So going pretty fast with 2 pinholes to, you know, keep the corpse slower. Although you also have your text, which is a very good way to keep the corpse slow. And then 2 Chastushka, 2 Finality, and 2 Katorgus as well.
I like it, yeah. And the Nurse Hand. Nurse Hand, such a boost for Essa. Such a great Essa card. And particularly into this matchup, into this AUCO matchup, where both players are putting cards face down into archives practically every turn.
Yeah.
You're incentivized to check, and Nurse Hand will also keep you safe when you inevitably hit an anemone or steal a Fuji.
Yeah, I've never considered it for that reason, but yeah, because you draw the cards before you finish all of the access, right?
I think so.
I think it's unsuccessful, right? Let's just quickly check that.
Yeah,
When they turn face up, so
so
you successful run, you then turn Archives face up, and then you access in the order of your choice. Technically, you access. Oh no, the ones that are already. No, do you access technically every single card in Archives? You would be like, access this one first, then this one, then this one. Just that
I believe that's
it never
true.
really matters.
I believe that's true, but yeah, but you pick the order of the cards, right? But some of the face-up cards do matter now. We've got Esker. I mean, we don't in this list, but
Yeah.
Esker is a card that some people were playing at this tournament. So you would choose the order.
Let's go have a little look back here at the bracket. Do we have another update come through yet? Not yet. Well, we're going to leave it for there. We're going to go on break now, and we'll be back for the next round. I'm not sure what we'll be streaming. We'll find that out later. I guess it might depend on the pairings, because it's nice to see a little bit more difference. We've got to see some editorial division here, which is a very unique color of character in the top cut here, having yellow. We don't usually see yellow in the top cut.
We don't usually see editorial division in the top cut. I don't know. This may be the first time I've seen editorial division in a top
In
cut.
any top cut.
Maybe.
I could definitely consider that to be a true statement. Well, thank you very much for joining, and thank you, Kikai, for joining for commentary and providing some expertise and knowledge that I try my best with. And also some insight into what the experience is like, top cuts, tables, streaming tables, all of that stuff. So thanks for joining. And we'll now go back for a break. I don't have the times for the next round, but I will go and try and find those later so that I can update that and share that so you know when to take it back. Otherwise, just leave it on full volume. And when you start hearing noise, assume that it's us. And we'll see you guys later.
Right.
Welcome back, Netrunner players. We're back and we fixed the camera issue in a slightly weird way, but it's working. And so we're here for the next round. So now we're looking at two players that unfortunately didn't quite make it through for two maybe painful, difficult reasons early on. We had a combo PD that tried to combo without Flood the Market because it was on compilation and couldn't quite make it happen. And also a measured response kill on a Padma deck. But now these two players are battling out. They each have 1 life left. So we have Tau here. I know it's a Hermes Tau, but I don't know too much about it. So I'm going to bring up the deck list there to take a look at. And then also on the other side, we have a very spicy version of Ayuko. It is a Plutus Ayuko, which I think we have seen on the stream before. I think in that game, it did score at least one thing with a Plutus, which often is all the Plutus needs to do. It just, if you score 1 or 2 agendas with a Plutus, you have such a huge boost in money and also in actions in the game to just have tools to score out fast from hand. So here we come down. We've already found an Azamat, which is going to be very nice against these 3 naked assets. And then also we have the Hermes already down as well, which is going to be a bit of a thing to slow down this Ayuko.
Yeah, it's difficult to think of a better start for this DAO than a ritual into Hermes, into Azamat, particularly against this triple install opener from Ayuko. We are still going to be, we're a little short on cards in hand, especially after this ladder walk fires. But we've got everything we need to sustain us through the early game and into the mid game. So yeah. But likewise for the Corp, this foot ladder walk cohort opening.
That's the 3 cards that you put through in every Ayuko deck. So.
And like, look, if one of them is going to get trashed of those 3, it's probably the foot that you want trashed. The bladder walk and the cohort, it's going to get you an Ayuko trigger on turn 1. You're going to get loads of card draw. You're going to do some net damage. You're going to get some money.
Yep, and also in net damage, you're taking out a pinhole threading. It's going to be pretty helpful because when you do find a piece of ice, you can keep something alive a little bit longer now.
You got to think Dolbol will have drawn some ice off of all of this draw, and so you got to think that this cohort is going to get protected. And yeah, you're really going to feel the loss of that pinhole.
Now, having a look at the deck here,
I take it back. Take it back.
Just more assets.
Just throw 3 more cards on the board.
I mean, counting the ice here, we've got 3 anemones, 2 Boto, and a Lion's Mane, 2 Semek, and 2 Fly Swatter. So we're light-ish on ice, but not that light. I guess there used to be a time where you could be
10 ice.
You could be ridiculously light and have about 6 in the entire deck. But here, having it's 10.
10 ice seems like a reasonable amount of ice.
Lets you put something on HQ comfortably for a criminal, lets you protect a few important assets, and hopefully just try and overwhelm the runner with too many assets that they can't make the choice to look at and trash every single one of them. Yeah. But this Azamat's going to help a lot with 2 credits a turn for trashing these.
And now we have a Stone Ship come down. My understanding is that this Hermes DAO deck is specifically designed to buy as much time and space against the combo BD as possible. I think apparently that's why the Hermes is there, that's why these Stone Ships are there. But the Stone Ships are also going to really help against most Ayuko, but maybe not this one. There's no measured threat. We're not with like one Fuji.
And what is our multi-axis here? Is there? I'm trying to look at what the Stone Ship can be doing. Obviously, it's damage protection from 6 damage Melias, not Melias. It's damage protection anyway, but also happens to be able to get you to be on 6 cards. Oh my gosh, this is three
I was going to say, I was just trying to it turns out, well, I don't need to ice this cohort because I have these other 2 cohorts on the table. And
now getting to trash and draw 3 new cards, gaining 3 counters as well. That's almost the counters you need for the entire game.
I mean, we're just going, aren't we? We are just going.
I think that we also, that's 2 anemones, but are we making a choice here to use the Ayuko before we trigger the other cohorts? I guess that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think because then you get more choices on what to trash with your cohorts.
Bosley says the triple cohort flex start of turn will now take 15 minutes. True. Yeah, we've reached Hashiko Hell, but the court version. Will he remember the mandatory draw? That's the hardest part after all of this. And so this will be
Don't say that.
this will be how many new cards? We're seeing 3 from Ayuko, 3 from the cohorts, and 1 from the mandatory draw. That's 7 new cards.
But lots of those cards are going to go into archives.
Yeah.
That
the
powers that be. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Okay, so we're scoring I mean, some of those cards are going to archives. Hybrid release will bring them out of archives and we'll put them back on the board.
Yeah.
Powers will also bring them out of archives and put them into the board. We are going.
Yeah, so we're gonna put 2 more face downs, and also here with the Azamat. Azamat is 2 credits a turn, which is very nice if they put down 1 cohort a turn. But when they've got 3 all at once and you've got 1 spare credit, it's pretty hard to work out where you go from here. This is a pretty high roll on Dolbov's side right now.
It looks like that was a tough turn 2 decision where you know there was a cohort with a bladder wall and choosing, you're gonna deal with one of them with Azamat, and choosing, no, I'm gonna deal with the bladder wall because I don't want to be taking net damage. So then at the expense of letting that cohort fire.
But it's also true here that with 3 cohorts out now, if you can get to the point where you take all 3 of them out, it's going to be pretty hard to find options then as the corporation to kind of accelerate you more. Or is it enough to just have all the income and card draw up front?
Yeah, look, if Getlander can get on top of this board, we could be in a good position, but that does also mean getting on top of the powers, because otherwise powers will just bring these things back. You are sort of inclined to also get on top of the foot because you don't really want to be taking net damage. So it's Azamat's good. You know, we're going to be getting 2 credits a turn. That's good, but it's not looking like it might not be quite enough.
So we go and take down the foot, and we see that as the biggest threat here. Do you think that's correct?
It's really hard to say.
Because I think knowing the list, without assets on the board, it's hard for... There is Biotic Labor. There is one of those in the deck. It's... Nano Management. Playing old cards. It's quite hard for the Corp to be able to score out of hand without the board state that tells you they may be doing that. If they've got face downs, it could be Plutus, and you might have a surprise peer review score. But I wonder if actually letting the foot cook is kind of fine for an extra turn in order to get ahead on taking out these cohorts, because otherwise these 3 cohorts can be drawing into a spin doctor that will get 2 foots back and maybe into the 3rd foot in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right. I do like the powers trash. I think that the choosing to trash the foot and then the powers is saying, okay, you can have these cohorts firing, you can get your Ayuka counters, you can draw lots of cards, and you can get lots of money, but scoring agendas needs to be tempo negative, right? I need you, when you score agendas, I need that to be slowing you down.
Yeah.
Which I can respect, like I can understand that, right?
It's also true that the pace of 3 cohorts on the board, you can definitely empty your deck out. Yeah, as Cobra Bowls is saying here, you can just draw for your deck if you're seeing 7, 14, 18 cards.
And also, it's going to bring a lot of agendas into play. Now, you don't know whether those agendas are on the table, whether they're in their own HQ, whether they're in archives, but they are in play. And with a Hermes out, what that means is
here we see
ice is meaningless.
I think, yeah, we're going to see a smart move here. Just don't have anything that Hermes can touch. We've got loads of agendas in hand to be drawn through. Put down a moon pool, use it to get rid of some of those agendas back in the deck, and then score out a card and say, what's your Hermes doing now? There's nothing left.
Yeah. And it's difficult to be mad about this because we've seen so many cards. Dolbo has got lots of options and is just picking the options that are going to push him forward.
Revealing 2 hybrid releases here.
Sure.
I guess saying that I'm pretty happy to draw those off the top of the deck later to get the final points I need.
What do you think the score is? Are we looking at longevity? Oh, I guess there's just lots of 3/2s.
The deck is entirely based around having 3/2s, and I think it has a single Fuji, which you can technically score, but mostly it's just there to be convenient for numbers.
So Yagiyuda is as tempo negative a score as you could hope. I think the foot trash and the powers trash looking really good in light of the turn that followed.
It is true that it's tempo negative, but with the cohorts, kind of doesn't matter so much. I think in either case, being able to get stuff back is you get tempo for scoring the agenda, but being allowed to doing here.
It looks like an archives run, I think.
Honestly, I thought that was his hand right now because he's drawn so many cards.
All right, now we're going to start picking apart the board.
Yeah. And we got it's a very clear, Azamat gives you 2 credits. It costs 2 credits to get rid of cohort.
It's like a match made
One a turn going
it's like they
around,
were made
yeah.
for each other. Like,
But I don't think it was made for 3 at once. I mean, imagine how different this scenario would be if instead of Azamat, it was Miss Bones.
Bones.
Just, you play Miss Bones, you rip up the entire board.
And we would love a Miss Bones and Seb. 2 credit connection, yes please.
So we have 2 stone ships down. I'm trying to work out what the value of the stone ships are, particularly here. We can recharge propeller.
It looks pretty
recharge
thin.
revolver, could just be drawing.
Yeah, I mean,
We've already got 3 nukers, so
yeah.
and we've got 2 rituals, so it's just like more rituals.
It is, I mean, look, it is, installing the stone ship is just better than drawing a card, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, you know, but it's, I think the value is pretty thin beyond that. Also, I've missed something.
We do actually have, also notice Hannah. Hannah would help a lot, especially early on,
Hannah
just to
would
be
be
able to
great.
touch and check all of those. I think Hannah Azamat might actually be the best start you could have.
Yeah, that would have been better than the Hermes, I suppose. Yeah, Hannah would have been great. Another triple install on the Ayuko.
And yeah, with 4 clicks.
Oh, one of them's a foot. Okay.
Now just forcing their honor to say, hey, there's 5 cards on the table. You've got 2 credits from Azamat and nothing else.
You're really leveraging, pushing the advantage of the drip. Because if the runner is having to spend all of their turn checking these remotes, you know, you're trading turn for turn, but on the corp side of the equation, we've got cohort triggers, we've got AUCO triggers, so we are coming out ahead of that trade.
Yeah.
They're just underwhelming.
This is where a card like Creative Commission can really help a lot.
Yeah, that would be a
Just to
good
get your
turn.
credits back up.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know if I was.
I guess we've got to use, yeah, we've got to use these stone ships, right? Got to look for, I guess, some money, like you say, creative commission.
I guess also with the stone ships here, knowing the list, yes, there's fuck, but there's not really ways that you're killing the runner with this deck. You're playing pretty clean. You're scoring. You've just got a bit of an annoying fuck to say you're gonna have to trash this, and I might get some value and occasionally take out a card that slows you down a bunch.
Casts coming in. This may be the last turn we can install Daily Cast. Have it and hope for it to actually fully pay out.
Yeah, and then now we're resing the Plutus. This is the special spice of this deck, which unfortunately isn't a Regenesis card because it forces you to reveal and then trash the cards, so they go face up into archive. And in this list we do have 2 Plutus, but you can also put in all the transactions you want to play that you plan to use. So now you take your Plutus, you play your peer review, you remove it from the game using Plutus, so it's clickless. And then you get to, for effectively no cost, say, here's all but 1 card in my hand, which is an agenda that I'm about to score. You get to install it for 3, you'd gain 3 from peer review, and then you spend those 3 credits and your 3 clicks just to put it in your score area. It's a very solid plan, and it works very well to make sure that you don't really have to pay the cost of a lot of these. And meanwhile, all of these credits come together to let you play that nano management. So whenever you need to score out those final 2 points, nano management, agenda, score.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty scary. Outside of compilation, the nano management, that's a closer that the runner isn't going to be able to stop.
I guess this was like.
So I think we're considering turning this here.
I think it looks like we're actually using the cohort to do some of that advancement work for us, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because if you have 2 cohorts, you can get a free advancement. So I think that was using AUCO there. Now the cohort can be used if we want to flip the card that we put in Archive face up. Obviously, this is the challenge of asset spam boards, is fitting everything on the screen. Are we trying to fit another card on the end there? It could also be this could be a Fuji.
It could be.
you can
Yeah, this could be
install it for 3 clicks for advancing. No, because you only trash. You'd have to have a face down in archives already. But yes, you could score a Fuji here. You can score it to 7 if there's a moonfall on the table.
I could, yeah, I mean, believe it.
There's also that really fun play where you score out a hybrid release, you put hybrid release from archive back on the table, and then score that one out as well. Or something like that.
It would get Hermes bounced here, but yeah, that is cool.
Oh, okay, the suggestion that it's a spin on the table.
I mean, regardless of what's going on, fair to say Dull Bulb in a pretty commanding position here.
Yeah, there will be 4 credits on the runner side at the start of next turn with the Azimut. Okay, so we're putting
is
down
this?
powers.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, I mean, get even more.
Yeah,
commanding
just
position.
getting extra value out of
I mean, it
here.
looks
We're
like-
pretty sure that this is the 3-2. What's the one that shuffles from archive?
Longevity serum.
Longevity, that's the one. Because it was the one revealed from peer review, which usually you go, hey, look at this card. I'm going to put that in my scorer in a sec. Just let me put it down first. Which also may be why we were taking a bit more time to think about archives, because we do have the opportunity to put things back. There it is, scoring the longevity serum, getting to 5 points. So now that Plutus is very scary, but also we do just have nano management in the line, and we draw most of the deck. So odds are it's in the hand with an agenda.
Yeah, this is I mean, this is tough for Getlander, right? We're about to take some net damage. Powers is going to put something else on the board. Plutus is threatening to fast advance the win. Nano Management is threatening to fast advance the win. Moonpool is threatening to fast advance the win. You're sat there
3
on
agendas back in the deck here.
you're sat on 0 agendas. You have 4 clicks. Can you disarm all of these threats, or can you get to 7 points? A lot of agendas are in play. R&D. There can't be that many cards left in it.
The difficulty here with the powers, you install with powers, and immediately it can be bounced to hand with Hermes, but it is still getting a card back from your discard pile. So,
And I think we have a click as well. So
oh right, yeah, yeah. Install powers, 3rd advancement, then we score triggering powers. What are we going to get back and install? Also doing the foot damage, which yeah, it's just the foot damage is just like the touch of rudeness on top of
depends
all
what
of
it
this.
hits. If it hits deep dive, it's hit symbol chip and
Hit a
revolver. That's
revolver.
fine. Those cards are not doing anything. Well, they're not doing anything on this board. Depending on if we see an ice come out. Are we deep diving in Hermes?
Yeah, there are 2 deep dives, I
Okay.
believe, in this.
So
list.
is that the line?
So
is the line
you
deep
want to
dive?
find Hannah
Well,
to give you the extra for deep dive, but
it won't,
yeah.
right? That doesn't work because installing the Hannah.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
doesn't. I mean, it would.
It
yeah.
depends on whether the nano management is stuck there. Do we have a? I don't think we have a copulation. Oh, we do have a copulation. So if you can copulate the nano management, it gives you a little bit more legs, but you also have to take down the foot, and also you have to afford and play all of these things, and you have to find the copulation and find the nano management. That's a lot of steps and a lot of hurdles for the runners to have to overcome here.
With Plutus still a threat and Moonpool still a threat. Icing R&D saying, I think that says, well, we've just shuffled a bunch of agendas back into R&D. I think it maybe says that, because the Fuji is really the card the runner needs to find to get back into this game, I think. So, Ice and R&D possibly saying that's where the Fuji is.
I think we missed the Hermes here. This is a nuker coming down.
It was one concern to it. You didn't think about it, I'm not too sure. I think you did.
I guess there does have to come a point where you look at the state of the board and you say it's rough enough that maybe I do just have to hit singles and hope. If this is an enemy on R&D, I mean that's pretty bad with the foot.
Okay, so
Okay,
we're
taking
dealing
out
with the
Plutus.
Plutus. So one of the threats is gone. That makes sense. That is narrowing the corp options to win next turn. And we're also building up a little bit in the hopes that we do get one more turn.
I think that may be a spin on the table, but if that happened to be like the second Plutus, that would be a devastating reveal.
I mean, it's tough. It's the corp is presenting so many threats to win next turn. it is not obvious exactly what is the correct thing to do about it. It may be the Plutus wasn't threatening to win next turn. I'm not actually sure what was in archives.
Yeah, that's true. Because it removes from game, you can check. Although, also with 2 cohorts and the text of Ayuko, you can certainly find. You know, you're playing 3 petty cash, you're playing 3 peer review.
Yeah.
We also
we found one,
but that's going to trigger fuck with 2 damage.
That's good because that, of course, that's another threat. That would also. Does that win the game? No, that doesn't win the game.
Yeah, but there are 2 more of them in the deck. So if, as in now there's 2 in the scorer, but previously there was an out of if you score both hybrid releases, you're having a good time. That's a DZMZ going.
Did you catch the other card?
I don't know what else we lost there.
I worry that it looked distinctly deep dive-ish.
But unfortunately, just finding
There's the Fuji.
There's the Nano.
Oh, there's the Nano. Yeah.
I think we're saying
that's
there's
just
nothing else really in the code there.
Wow.
A real steamroller game of Plutus Ayuko there, doing lots of little tricks. Turns out 3 cohort, pretty good. And we saw...
I mean, Dullbob was saying yesterday that if Cohort and Bladderwort both fire on turn 1, Ayuko just wins. And yeah, I mean, right there, there's a demonstration of what he's talking about. Yeah.
Wow, a very good game there. I wonder how the game would have been if Getlander did have a Hannah early on. Would that Tau trigger 0? Yes. No Tau for this. I assume the Tau value here is that you can make swaps into Melies, and that can be enough to mess up like them throwing you into archives or.
Granted, this Ayuko is unusual and offbeat compared to the Ayuko, but I've come to think of it as there are 3 corp decks in the format that are doing very well: Melias, Combo PD, and Ayuko. And broadly speaking, you can pick a runner that is good into one, okay into another, but bad into the third. And I think you're right. I think the Dow is probably very good into Melies. Apparently is okay into the Combo PD, but then against Ayuko, maybe that leaves you a little bit short.
Yeah, I guess the benefit also of Dow is we are playing a 40 card ID, so we get a little bit more consistency in there for just any matchup. But yeah, here unfortunately, I don't think there was ever a second piece of ice. For swapping, could even be a possibility.
I mean, Dullbob just saying, I don't need ice. Like, I'm just gonna, like, I'm not gonna play the game that you want to play. Like, you want me to install ice, I'm not gonna install ice.
All right, let's switch over to the browser view again here and work out how I get this working properly. Do I extend it this way? Nice. There we go. So here's the deck list. Let's have a look at the brackets, see if any others have been reported here. We have a Multi Ice here. So Bucket Hat Ben's Lou has defeated the Edge Division of Multi Ice. So Bucket Hat Ben moves on to the semi-final for the first elimination. Is that right?
This looks like the winners bracket final. So the winner, Bucket Hat
whoever
Ben,
wins this will have 2 lives in the final.
Yeah, whoever that wins this will go to the final and the grand final as well, if there is one.
Yeah.
So Bucket Hat Ben looking pretty good.
And we're just waiting to see the outcome here of Cornelius versus Lovelace, which is apparently a match that was already played in Swiss as well. So it's a run it back. So we'll see the outcome of that. And then also we have Seal and Not Yeti playing Lou against Melias. Of course, here we have Bucket Hat Ben and Tonky Seal, both of Scrubs. We might have a little Scrubs knockout here. But, you know, you're not taking away their last life, so it's still honourable. And then we'll see what happens in the bottom bracket here. We'll have the winner of 8. So we will have Faulty Ice against Dolbolt now for the next round, which could be Ed Division versus Padma, which would be lots of spice and fun.
I
don't
think so.
We may have Plutus Ayuko. Yes, because we've already had 2 Ed Divisions, so probably it's going to flip now. So we'll have
Dullbob is balanced with 1 runner, 1 court.
Yeah.
But Faulty Ice has played 2 court games.
So Ayuko against Lat.
And it is a Audrey Anakam Lat that usually quite likes an Ayuko matchup. but this is not your normal Ayuko. This is, you know, we've just demonstrated that we don't need ice.
Yeah.
And that net damage is a nice to have, but it's not part of our main win con.
Well, thanks everyone for stopping by for the second round of the top 8. We'll keep you updated. We'll be back for the next round. I believe maybe there's a lunch break now, or are we just charging through it all? But we'll find out later. I'll update the stream graphic, or as mentioned before, just leave it on full volume, and you'll hear us when we're back. And we'll see you guys later.
You good?
Yep. Netrunner players, welcome back to the next round of the stream. We are now into the third round, and we have Chonky Seal against Lovelace here. These two in their bracket positioning are in the loser's bracket. They've both got 1 life left. We have Arasana versus Melia's You. And the winner of this will go on to face either Dolbob or Faulty Ice, who are playing Plutus Ayuko against Audrey Lat. And that will be the outcome for the... No, that's the outcome for the people with 1 life. And then whichever of those win will face either Bucket Hat Ben or Not Yeti at the end of this next round. So the people in this one bracket, they've got a lot of wins to do in a row, whereas Bucket Hat Ben and Not Yeti can afford to lose a life if they need to. So we're kicking off here. We did see Chonky Seal show hands to the camera. I missed it, but it looked like a lot of the same. So we might see like 3 symbol chips or something in there. Starting here with Lovelace, installing twice in the remote, and then installing a piece of ice.
Cool.
And now we're going for a card. Coalescence and then spec work there. To just quickly buy and sell a card. Looks like we might have more coalescences in hand, possibly 3 of them. That might have been the thing we saw a lot of. Let's have a critical commission here. We're then going to environmental testing. Looks like we would have drawn that after the fact, because otherwise we might have put that down with the coalescence first. And then looks like we're probably going to finish with creative commission here. Yep, just gaining some credits, getting nice and ready, and our environmental testing already paid for can just sit there, and at some point when we need to, we can cash out. We've got the nuts on Lovelace's side. We've got Charlotte and the Lacosta, so that's going to be spending 3 for the res, but then earning net credit and a card for this turn, and also with a Charlotte just clicking away there. Probably going to think about advancing the Charlotte once on top of this. New remote, possibly a spin doctor, then installing on R&D, and then, okay, so we're not pre-advancing the Charlotte. Maybe we're just not too worried about crits here. Now coming over to the run side, pretty swift back and forth play here, playing Coalescence, earning a net 2 from that, and then earning an environmental testing counter. Now spec working it again, so we just had we're playing as Aesop's pawn shop here, is what's happening. Coalescence comes down, spec work, next turn we do the exact same thing again. Getting all our money, getting some good card draw, and we've now found what looks to be a UAV, which is a very nice card to help. We just want to find a Trojan that we want to host with that. Now we're moving over to Lovelace. We gain net 5 because we gain 4 from the Charlotte, and also 1 from Melia's You text, which does say that if they did not make a run, then you're having a great time. And you get to gain a credit each time they don't make a run on a central server. So pretty happy that we're getting a little bit of drip income while the runner is sitting back earning credits. Now deciding to put a pre-advancement on the Charlotte so that we can earn a few credits when we need to. It is a click for 2, so it's worth doing. Also makes it slightly less interesting for Chonky Seal to then consider running and challenging, knowing that running it might actually achieve anything, because they can pop where they need to. Now getting ahead on the economic game here means that Chonky Seal can comfortably put down a second environmental testing. Let's just check. There may be 2, there may be 3 in the list. Have a little scan over to the pairings and view the decks of this game. We have got 3 environmental testings. It's a pretty hard card to play up front because of the expensive cost of it, but when you get ahead from a couple of coalescent spec works, and then you can drop down your lily pad to put a charge on each of them, it looks like money is just not going to be a problem for most of the game for Chonky Seal here. Now just needs to work out a way to find a way through and build up, find the breakers so that we can actually start doing things, and ideally find something that we can use with the UAV. Drawing now into a unknown offer. There might be a Hannah. We've got an Airblade, we're thinking about it. It is a very cheap way to put a counter on each of the environmental testings. And also it is designed purely to be Jinteki tech. So trying to make a run here. Running into face first into a tier with 2 clicks left. Throwing down a Muse, probably to go get a Fasaran here. A very, very cheap way to bypass through this. There we go. That means that the Muse comes down because Fasaran Entangler is not a Trojan. Then we can just install it on the ice and we don't have to have that new locked up with Muse. But it also means we get to cash out an environmental testing for a double install during the run. And we just get to walk past that tier, which is very expensive for the res and just pretty easy to get past. And then we have a Tatibola, which we don't have any way to break it. We've already used our install for the turn, so there's nothing left to do here. Ends the run, but does force the Corp to spend a bunch of their credits. And they do have a single advanced card in there, so they got rid of the Charlotte. Suggest this is an agenda, and this is a push moment. Thinking now, going to play Someone Chip. This will let the Muse come back to be able to go and fetch whatever when needed, and we have an absurd number of credits to be able to deal with all of this. But I think we're then passing turn. We may use... we don't want to use so much up in the off turn because we have to crash the Fasaran, but if there is a purge, then we have options. So is this Melia's list on... It looks like it might be on... Let's see how they're on. Oh yes, this is the Unleashed Melias. So 6 copies of an agenda that say give the runner a tag. There's going to be 2 advancements. The bids are the same, so we do a net damage. And then that does give us the option now, after having checked the ice on the table, possibly to remove that tag and play Unleash. We do in fact do that. Going to be a nasty surprise here. What is this going to be? If it's a microweb, we're pretty happy. If it's a Biovac, it's not so good because there's no resources. We're pretty committed to using the Unleash here. Microweb would be a pretty nice res to be able to trigger anything on the tier. But it's going to be an Atini. No, there is a microwave, yeah. So now we get to resolve something. Crashing the Simul chip. I guess the lily pad, the kind of cost there is the reinstall, but the Simul chip is a finite engine on the number of things you can get back and the number of tricks you can pull to get into a serve when you need to. So decision there to use that. Also, by triggering tier, you get to, if I find tier, there we go. By triggering that on tier, you get to also gain 3 credits from that as well. And so now the runner left in a pretty difficult position. Quite a few resources used up, needing to find a way through that Tatibola. Doesn't look like we have a propeller for it right now. And also there's no need to run there right now. There's no threat in that remote. 2 face downs on the table. Looking at the list, we have 1 Biovac, 1 tier. We also have 1 Bathanomus. We do have Bite, we do have Charlotte, and we do have Regolith, and we do have Spin. So it could be 2 spins on the table. Could be that there's a naked Regolith, but we'd probably try and protect that instead. Now passing over, taking mandatory draw. It looks like we've placed down... Is that a Botchus? Or no, it's a Hush, I think, on the microwave there. Is that right? Does it do anything with the microwave? I guess it is just something to put down to... The Hush is just something we want to put down so we can use UAV to pop it back to hand. So we just want to put it on something that isn't going anywhere. And the Corp may be tempted to trash away the Tatibola. So it is a regolith on the table. I'm going to click it 3 times to get up to credits. I wonder if it is worth going and taking it down with 3 credits. Okay, we're making a run on R&D here after installing the air blades, which we can install using the UAV. We have the option to pre-hush if we want. I think we're making a decision about that. No res, then we're placing the hush down, which is going to give us a free lily pad trigger. Then the choice is R&D. We're going to trash the addenda on the top that we see in order to get a card from Archives back to hand. Possibly going to be a Charlotte here. And then accessing 1 card from the top. That is an Orbital Superiority. So that's 2 points now for either side. Pick 3 to draw. And last click here, going and taking out the regolith. Okay, so making the decision that I'm the runner, I've got a lot of money up front, you've used your Charlotte, the regolith is mostly cashed out, but denying you 6 more credits might be worth it in the long run. Also, knowing that there is only 1 regolith in the list, we're now icing up an extra ice on R&D. Now making the Melia's choice, so we've installed in the remote, which could be an agenda. It's ideally we want to have a single advancement, unless we have things, which I would practice this. Yeah, it's playing 1 seamless, so that does give some ways to be able to score out and use the unleash if we have it. There's a spin doctor. Going to use that and remove from game because we know there is an agenda in archives. So this may have been archives run here. Looks like it was a Fuji. Pinhole to access the card there. It is a Charlotte, taking that down. Pretty important here to get ahead on the economics. Not sure what happens here with the melees. I think it's just a misfire and no use gets allowed. Now putting down Coalescence, drawing a card, gaining the 4 credits off of it. And then drawing again. We do have a wake implant, but the microwave is pretty hard to get through. Then we're going to put a hush down, just so we can take it back later. And it is a way for us to draw cards when we need to with the lily pad as well. So each time we install it, we, during a run, can gain net a credit, hush something, which hushing Tatibola is actually very important because it does something on that. Because it removes the text, it loses all ability except for printed subroutines. So Tatibola becomes a single end the run barrier and does nothing else, which is pretty meaningful. Putting now an extra ice on that server, we've got 12 credits, which is reasonably flush. But if we have to res a single empiricist or something, it's looking pretty different, and will become a challenge to res all 3 pieces of ice on the board here. NPC now really wanting to find a propeller. I think we're just doing a quick check here for what's in the list. I think maybe checking that there's only 1 regolith. We do have a... Is this an upgrade on the table? We also have... Wow, there's a public trail in this list as well. Just checking through and thinking what else is in the deck that I need to be considered with. The points are still just on 2-2, so the game's going a little bit longer. Here comes the pinhole. Running on here, which is very smart because it can't be a double spin doctor. Taking out the 4 costs to trash the Costa grid. I think here saying that card's going to be more of a problem because we're feeling that maybe it is an agenda in the moat. This does give us potentially a turn because most of the agendas here are 2/4 agendas. And so when the Lacoste give you a free counter, you can spend your 3 clicks to do the rest. Looks like we chose here to not install the Hush during that run, and instead done it afterwards. Here comes the install, possibly another Lacoste, and then an advancement. Now, this could mean it's an anoetic defense, and also it's a Charlotte or an agenda that we want to score, or it could be that we had an extra Lacoste around. Considering that was the first one we'd seen, it had been trashed, it's very possible we have another one now. And now by advancing means that if there is yet another pinhole, which would be, I think impossible, because I think there's only 2 pinhole in this deck, but if it was taken out, we'd have a line. But also the single advancement means that we do have a unleash line. We'll gain a second advancement for free, spend 2 advancing twice. Either a third advancement is a Fuji, and we're feeling pretty great, or just a second advancement, and then giving a tag, which gives us the option to do an unleash play with 3 unresed ice on the board. That can be pretty scary, especially if we hit another microweb. Being able to take out something like the UAV here, or in fact taking out the echelon. Just saying, I'm going to take out your options and effectively rig shoot you by grinding out all of the pieces you need. Definitely a difficult position for Chunky Seal here, not having found the propeller needed to get through that Tattoo Boulder. And also with a difficult board set up with the Fasarum, there's only one of it. It's kind of stuck on this tier, and it kind of has to be stuck on this tier. I wonder if actually the plan for Lovelace last term was with the Lacosta, you let this card gain 1 counter, and you spend your entire turn purging instead to kill the Fasarum, especially when there's no simultaneous presented on the table. And then from that, you can then gain a counter the next turn and then do your unleash play 1 turn later. Now comes down Copulation, drawing a card from Lily Pad. Copulation can be very useful in certain matchups. Here, if you find an unleash, that can slow them down a lot. If you find the 1 seamless, that's pretty good too. We did see previously it found a single flood the market against a combo PD, and that made it very difficult for the Corp to try and hard score out using just pure biotics and simulation resets to try and get to enough clicks to be able to score the points and play the kill card at the end of it, Neurospike. Funky Seal a little bit in the tank here. Third click. Going to make this run. It's a microweb on the outside, which is a difficult card to deal with. We don't have a breaker for it. It's a pretty devastating fire because also with 2 microwebs means that you can do 4 core damage with tier or trash 2 cards, whichever you think is better, but really devastating. Here comes a Muse down. I think we're just gonna move the Fasarum over here. Again, this huge credit pool now down to what I believe is just 6 credits after all of this. Down comes a Hush as well. Now over to the court side. They gain their credit from Melius. Unfortunately, that Besarum is making it very difficult to deal with anything in that server.
So if you're doing this to get rid of
Paying the 3, drawing for turn, gaining the advancement counter. I'm thinking here, is there a Melius line? Is there a line to be able to play Unleash? But maybe we're a little bit too poor. Take 3 credits. That's all that's happening here. We're saying you can't get in, you're poor, and I don't want to open up a vulnerability on other servers, especially knowing that there is a Besarum. Could be moved over to the microweb, and maybe if you force money elsewhere, there may be ways to be able to get through to R&D and kind of play it a deep dive to try and hit an agenda out of there. Hush comes back to hand with UAV. That's 2 credits, giving us 7 credits to play with now, which is going to make things a bit easier. Obviously, I'm now thinking, is there a way through here? This card in the remote could be... there's so many things it could be. It could be a see how they run or an orbital, and we could be sitting back, waiting and saying, if I do it this way, I can score it, I can unleash, and I can put in the next agenda, just to really mess up the tempo of the runner. Because if you can take down something critical as part of all that, say you take out the Echelon, or you take out the Besarum, it's pretty huge. Got a creative position to be able to get some credits back at the end of this. We're going to make the run on R&D. With Arasan hit, there's always surprises in hand. You never know what's going to happen. So, it's very difficult. And also with the Corp just on 6 credits, I think working out here, is it worth resing? And also, can we even res these cards? We've got Tatibola, Knowledge Seeker, and Baphanomus, and that's it. Everything else is very, very expensive. Checking the bin here. Gonna let the run go through. Gonna install a Hush during the run. Paying 1 to draw a card from Lilypad. It was a HQ call. We see 1 card. That's a Tatibola. Thinking about whether to copulate that. That is a difficult decision. It's a very cheap, easy to res ice, which could stop you getting through in future. Maybe it is worth it. Of all the things you could copulate, stopping them saying you can't get into this one server might be the thing that matters. And also this copulation, probably not going to be doing much else. We obviously have the option to be able to sweep HQ, but we're unlikely to find agendas in there. Looking at the state of the board, it looks like it's quite easy for Lovelace to, whenever agenda is found, put it straight in that very defended remote and say, this agenda is going to be scored and you can't do anything about it. And also right now, if this is a Fuji in that remote, and we do score it, we do 2 net damage, we can also put the next agenda in, and we can score it at the start of our turn. So Chunky Seal really on the back foot here, and this is important because this is a elimination game. Whoever doesn't make it through is out of the top cut and will not be able to proceed on to try and clawing it back and coming to first base in all of this. Chunky Seal deciding here, a very big moment. Stays on the deck. Then paying frequency at the end there to get some more credits. And then passing the turn. So, Melius gains a counter. Sees the Tatibola. Maybe now starts understanding why there was such a pause there, because that Tatibola could do a lot, especially with only 1 Hush. 2 advancements to score out a Fuji. That is kind of the worst outcome we were going to see here. That's going to then be 2 damage, losing Wake and another card. And then putting a new card in, which if this is a 4-2, Tongi Seal has to find a way through to get to it, or has to force the Corp to spend enough credits.
They came back. They wanted the mirror.
The Corp needs 3 credits, possibly less if they do find the Seamlet. Tongi Seal can have free accesses onto R&D, I imagine. There was no install of the Tatibola. Maybe the correct call here, considering the timing that the Tatibola might come up, and knowing that the real risk here is Fuji is scored and a new agenda goes in. Takes the Hush back to hand, and 2 credits. Tongi Seal again is thinking, knowing I think that if it's an agenda, there's very few things you can do. You could find a pinhole is an option. However, the deck has 2 pinhole and they've both been used. So nothing we can do there. Knowing there's 5 in hand, knowing that compilation is maybe an option. If there is a Muse in hand, it's possible to deep dive. But it would have to be a deep dive, and it would have to be finding an agenda on R&D or in HQ as part of all of this. Thinking here about rezzing, don't think there's anything worth rezzing that does anything. The Baphonomus is just 1 credit to break with Echelon. So choosing no res here, probably has chosen R&D for the target, yep. Sees it's a Spin Doctor on top. Probably, yeah, very happy to leave that there. Runner accesses as a Spin Doctor. Pay 1 to couple. Surprising, I feel almost that it's worth just paying 2 to trash that. It depends whether you just want to hammer R&D and say, I don't think I can win here. The only way is if I can find enough points in R&D. The Spin Doctor is a trashable. You could then compilation any operation or any ice that you see after it. Okay, we're now running HQ. Here comes the Muse, paying 2 from UAV. We can move the Kasarum over. Then we can pay the 4, so we are going for this deep dive play here, look, by the looks of it. 6 total spent. Going to pay 1 to use the compilation. We really are just going, here's the push. It has to happen here. This makes sense for the... Okay, we find... And then 1/3 card. It is an agenda. Oh my goodness. This could be it. This could be the deep dive that we've all been waiting for. If the deep dive is in hand, surely it's in hand. Did we use the lily pad? Run archives. See nothing new. And then holds it in hand. Surely this is it. There is what I assume is a deep dive. And here we go. Top 8. If we see a single Fuji, 2, 3 cards. That's 2 points. 4, 5, 6. Needs to find a Fuji. 7. Is it a Fuji? Not a Fuji. They're going to take the points. And then they're going to say, there is the final points there. Oof. Very close there. I wonder they're going to see how far away was the Fuji. 4, 5, 6. 6 more cards needed to get to it. And there we have it. And how many Fujis in this? There are only 2 Fujis. So when one was already scored, it was literally find the single copy of that card in the entire deck. Hannah could have made us have slightly more odds into a few options there, and there is one in the deck, but we didn't find it in time. And also, looking at the cards that came up, it wasn't an option there. So there we have it for the 3rd round of the top 8 cup. A victory for Lovelace there with Melias, with some pretty nasty microwave fires there to really make a difference. And Tonky still just not managing to find the pieces to be able to get through, and unfortunately just not hitting the agenda right at the end there. Now, this means that let's switch over to the bracket screen. Let's have a look at the bracket. We have Lovelace going through with Melias U. Also, Dolbol managed to win with Plutus Ayuko again. So now we will see Lovelace versus Dolbol. Lovelace has played with a court preference, and Dolbol has played also with a court preference. So it will go to a coin flip to decide whether we have Essa versus Plutus Ayuko, or whether we have Padma versus Unleash Melias. Both of those pretty interesting and yeah, pretty good matchups to see happen. A challenge for both players, and also IDs we don't often see on either side. Still haven't seen the outcome yet of Buckethead Ben versus Not Yeti, but whichever of those will get a round out to sit around and wait to find out who they're playing out of Lovelace and Dolbol. And obviously, whoever wins out of Buckethead Ben and Not Yeti gets 2 rounds off to chill, relax, settle down, and then go into the next round. But there will be a lunch break now as well, so we can go over to the standings now. We can now see that we have our 7th and 8th positions already placed. We will now have our 6th with Funky Seal or Faulty Ice. So I think it will be Faulty Ice in 6th and Funky Ice in 5th. Which means now we have our top 4 battling it out to find out who will win in this double elimination finishing tournament today. Thank you all for joining so far. We're going to quickly go on a break. In fact, actually, it's going to be a longer break now because we now have the lunch break. So I'm going to guess that it's going to be something like 2:20, and I'll update the time later. And we'll join you back then for the next round. Probably we will be watching the table of the people who are just on the edge of elimination. That's where we see, I think, the most exciting games. And also, we get to see players before some of them do leave the tournament. Whereas, we'll see plenty of games more of those who are doing very well, I'm sure. See you guys back in a bit.
I don't.
Netrunner players, welcome back to the top 8 of the Reading Megacity. We are now looking at the elimination bracket again. We've got Lovelace on Melee as You with Unleash against Dolbob on a Padma, playing Ghost Tongue, Padma, or Spark of Inspiration, and it's a pretty fun deck. I'm also joined here, let me just update the graphics, by Chonky Seal, who,
Hello.
unfortunately, your run has come to an end, but
Yes.
another good tournament, good placement,
Yeah.
doing very well.
I'm pleased with myself. Made top cut again, but I'll win Bristol. Yeah. Let's think about Bristol. Now, I have personally played and lost to both of these players on both of these decks over the course
Okay,
of
so
this
you've got
event.
the inside scoop.
Yes. And I will say both of them are miserable to sit across the table from. How-
Well, we have the list here. Let's just take a quick look through while we're waiting for the game to get started. On the... let's start on the corp side, because it's a little more regular.
Yes.
Playing one tier, one Beerback, one Seamless, one Public Trail, and of course 3 Unleash, along with 3 Microweb, so
Yes.
that hopefully we can get a tier and just spam out good old trash runner cards or do core damage. Usually going for trashing runner cards in this case. Or...
I tend to find that because the subroutines on tier and Beerwack are pretty fluid, you do actually have a bit of choice. Sometimes the core damage is nice, but I think in this matchup we are going to be looking to obliterate the Orca and the Lobby Summon that the Padma will be playing. That is the whole rig, one of each.
And now Lobis Omen is... it's the one that can get exhausted if it keeps hitting barriers, right?
Yes.
So
but
not really an option to be able to tax it out with this deck because we have just tattoo bowlers.
correct. Just tattoo bowlers and 5 code gates, and well, text as well. We're not running out of charges anytime soon.
So the player's just getting ready here. I think we're kind of just waiting for time to start for the round and things to kick off. What is this here? This is a something pro.
Game Dragon Pro. I believe there is one copy of Game Dragon in the deck.
Ah,
It's showing off the marker we might be using to denote where the Game Dragon is attacked.
very nice. There is a Game Dragon, yes.
Yes.
Often played on the Orca, just to help you deal with things like Sisyphus and ganks, because when you're paying 2 for the re-encounter, that's exactly the same cost you pay to trash. No, it's 3 to trash the gank.
Yes.
So actually, it's better if they don't trigger the gank. That's weird.
It is weird, yes. Though I sense that it's more likely to go on the Lobby Summon in this matchup, as going from 2 to 3 strength saves the credit every time that they try to break Microweb, boosting, breaking Knowledge Seeker. Those credits add. I sense that this matchup could go very well for Dull Bowl if all the perfect runs are made, but one misstep and we could get blown out by a tag, or by a leash, and losing our key pieces. And it will be very slow to recur then with Harmony and Therapy.
Yeah, I know that speaking to Dolbob earlier, this deck is kind of designed to counter Meliez. Meliez likes to sit back, tick up a Charlotte, and this deck says, I'm happy sitting back too. I've got lots of strength that I build up, lots of money, and then I can use that with very efficient breakers to get through to anywhere I need.
But the trouble is, if we call it wrong, if it is the charlatans remote, if it's a see how they run orbital superiority, we can get blown out very easily.
Yeah, I think if we sit in Unleash Fire and it hits a tier or a Eponymous.
Or even just the Beerwack.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Losing one of those can be pretty rough too. Although Spark does mean that if you play a Harmony AR Therapy, you can pretty much guarantee what you're getting next with your Spark. Interesting to see on this list actually what the distribution of these are. We've got obviously 3 Spark, lots of card draw, 2 burners as well in there. We have 1 Lobby and 1 Orca, and that's it. So just one of each. committing to. There were some decks that were playing like too Lobby because when Kit was around, because you could say, hey, if I find this, I want slightly more chance on it, but not too much chance that I can never find the Orca. And here just saying, I'm basically just going to charge through my deck to try and get both of these cards out on the table, and then I'll start thinking about actually interacting with the game then.
We've got time in this matchup. Well, ordinarily, for levels, we would have time. This one, perhaps a little less on our side, as even if we do resolve our spark, if we can't contest the remote quickly enough, whichever side we hit, the lobby or the Orca, might just fall straight into it.
So we're overclocking here into
The remote.
yes, just 2 cards together, so it could be. That looks like a very good target to trash there, and probably we're going to find a Charlotte alongside.
Oh,
No,
that's
it is a
bite.
bite.
I must admit, having played against Lovelace twice, she is very intent on setting up these nasty sets of 2 cards sat together. One of them could very easily be a bite.
Yep, and here we've lost a Rigging Up,
Bahia
a
bounce
Strike
and
Fund, and a Buyer Band.
Bit of an interesting trade here, both players losing out on some resources.
Yeah, fortunately for Dolborg here, not really losing anything that matters too much. I think they're deciding whether to trash the bite.
I find it interesting that we didn't play Bahia bounce here instead of Overclock.
Yeah, because also we could guarantee the run will be successful because it can't be a double spin doctor.
We can just get the 2 for the
I
trash
guess if you think it could be bite, and you know I assume there's 3 bite in the list here,
we would also be able to draw 2 in that
which
same.
would mean that you might draw into things you don't want to lose.
I suppose that is
So unless you had something that you knew you wanted to install from hand, which is that Lobosoman in hand? It might be. Which actually no, but actually we want to get the Lobosoman in the bin because we can rigging up it and it's not awful, but ideally it's in the bin.
Yes.
The worst place is it is in our hand. Second worst is in the bin, and the best place is in the deck because we can spark it from the deck. If it's in the bin, we can choose to Harmony and then spark.
Rest of the turn, just clearing the tag, getting Muka on the table.
Yeah, important to remember that bite does give a tag, which is important for
Or Unleash.
possibly having Unleash do something.
Like, you just are not allowed to run last click against barriers.
Yeah, and it is nice to see bite be a more meaningful pick
Yes.
rather than just haha, do
Random
damage.
sometimes comes back to hand.
Yeah.
But this is definitely part of the game plan.
So here comes a ritual.
A lot of cards. We've got your gambles. I believe that's a game dragon as well. It'd be nice if we could find our event pieces sooner
I
rather than
think
later.
that is a spark on the end as well there. So maybe we're thinking about playing,
Yes, that looks like a spark to me.
which I don't think. I think the strategy here is you're playing the long game. You don't care about getting the Lobby first or the Orca first. You just care about getting both of them. So yeah, here we see Spark. I'll be going to mechanically do it as instructed. I think we are one at a time. We're going to look through every single card in the deck
I think we do
until
want
we
to.
find the Orca.
We may want to hide the fact that we do have one breaker in hand, as that is information that the court will
That is true.
like to use.
So this is where he should say, even though he knows different, he should say, okay, Orca then.
I don't think we're that bothered either way, to be honest. Especially right now, if we're face checking any ice, it's either the ones that we can't break right now are Tattoo Bowler, ends the run, Knowledge Seeker, ends the run, and reorders
Yeah.
the deck, and Microweb, which on this board state doesn't do anything.
That's true. So Orca, looking at the kind of ice we come up against, and break it any number of century subroutines is great. Cloud Eater is going to be 4 to get through.
Four to break,
Which
which
is-
is very good.
Yeah. And particularly also with a nuke on the table, we would 4 to be able to gain an extra nuke counter. It's an okay trade.
I think at this point, Dullbot may start to look to pressure R&D, saying that Are you going to res it, or am I going to be able to get 1 to 2 power counters every turn?
Yeah,
That's a
I think
touchstone. I
It's a
believe. Going
touchstone.
to get a little more value.
I
off
think
that.
if we had a cataloger, then I could definitely see play the cataloger and you just go, look, if it's microwave, you don't want to res it. And well, actually, no, it can do something. It can go and fetch and res something else, but
Get
you'd
a-
be bottoming out on credits to do something useful with that.
Actually, to be fair, microwave phase check could be disastrous from this credit total, as we will still be able to pay the 8, install an ice from archives, might be there, raise a tier for 8, and then we lose the orc to the remaining
Yes.
subroutines.
Yeah, and there's only so much recursion now that Ashen Epilogue is gone. I know this deck was originally played with Ashen Epilogue.
I will point out Dolbo is throwing 3 copies of Harmony AR Therapy,
Yep.
so that is a lot of value and a lot of ways to recur those orcas and this Lobisomnia.
Yep, and it gives you quite a lot of flexibility. So some of the common choices with that are going to be maybe getting back a breaker if you need to, or putting one back in to spark it. You can get back the the cataloger should be down and always be charged because you're playing Padma. You can, if you need to, get back Pinhole. That would be very good, particularly in this matchup. You have the option to get back a spark if you need to. And otherwise, you just take a burner, a creative commission, a sure gamble, an overclock, and a strike fund, and say, I have lots of credits now. And particularly when you get extra value out of each of those by having Ghost Tongue down.
Worth pointing out in the background that rigging up has been used to install the Lobisomnia from hand.
Oh, wow,
Down to 2
yeah.
credits, but we are saying that the rig is up and getting ready to contest.
Yeah.
It's worth pointing out as well that Lovelace has not drawn anything to pressure the remote server. No ice, no Charlottes, no nothing. This is working rather bad for Lovelace.
Yeah, somehow flooded with credits though, so all the money's there. We just need to find the ice to actually do something with it all. Now, I wonder if he's got the Ghost Tongue in hand, which is a crazy amount of money on this card.
Lot of value.
You don't get it all up front, but when you've got, like, you're also playing Anakin, if your deck is just full of events, maybe the decision was to rigging up the Lobisomnia because we know we want to play this Ghost Tongue.
I believe I saw a cataloger in hand that
Take the
man
four,
we
there
got
goes the strike
rewarded
fund.
with the strike
Also
fund.
2 credits.
Yes, you get paid back. Not what you want to see. But I believe there is cataloger in hand. We are getting ready, getting set up to.
Now drawing again. I think we're hoping to find our Anakin because that will help accelerate us even more and give us the option to play Ritual for 4 cards, which is a really good way to charge this deck. And this deck gets emptied pretty fast.
Yes.
You're playing Shaper, you can draw plenty, but the Anakin just really throws it over the edge.
We are looking a little low on credits, I will say. I'm surprised we're installing cataloger here. We aren't really in a position to use it.
And there's
Now,
not
lovely.
any random damage being expected here.
Now that we've exposed the catalogue, Lovelace is able to set up some more defences, block HQ, block R&D a bit more, and pressuring the remote now. We've set up in all 3 places at the same time.
Yeah. Here comes Ritual for 3 cards. Finding an Anakin.
Okay.
We don't have the credits for it. But that was an event, so we now have 1 on Touchstone. So we're still a bit away off of being able to afford through zone. We do have a strike fund, and I don't think we have anything else that we want to take damage from. We get a full 4 from it because of Ghost Tongue. So
In this position, Strike Fund is effectively 5 credits as well, discounted by Ghost Tongue and the 1 extra credit that comes. Well, we've used it.
yeah, we've already gained it. But
It's
yeah,
possible.
yeah. When Strike Fund that normally pays people 3 is paying you 5, that definitely puts you over.
Still, we're happy
so
to
Touchstone
take
a great release for this deck, which may be why the decision was made to bring it along.
the critical mass now of cards you don't need to spend influence for that give you that extra value.
Yeah. And now enough credits to get through any piece of ice comfortably.
Here comes
Going to
Burner.
do Burner. Maybe looking to make sure there's no Seamless or Unleash in hands.
Here's Tattoo Bowler. We're using one of the 2 Lobisomnia counters.
It was an R&D trigger.
Unleash, and an agenda.
So the Unleashes are going to the bottom.
And
An
that
agenda
leaves
going to hand.
the only remaining card in hand means that orbital superiority is vulnerable to following run.
Yeah. However, with a Tatibola there, also fortunately seeing that there's no ice, so that Tatibola is not going to be switched out for anything. Now,
Check out those.
yeah, unfortunately, Padma wanting to run R&D, but the risk of being able to res anything means I guess you can afford to get through anything. So you could get a charge on the Lobosoma as part of it. I'm going to use this to go and install the Anacam, which is going to give us a bit of more consistent draw for the rest of the game. Also, no points in Archive right now.
I'm so surprised. Did we? We didn't go for the superiority. It's choosing to say that it's not going anywhere. It's stuck in your hand.
Yeah, I think we're pretty happy to see 2 Unleashes go to the bottom and know that the risk of that is so low right now. Also now, seeing no res in the remote, plenty of credits, that would suggest that in this remote is an animatic vortex alongside something else, because I think that is the only upgrade other than the Costa. Yeah.
I am realizing why perhaps we didn't want to run back the superiority HQ. That would be the last counter on the Lobisomum,
Yeah.
which would leave us vulnerable to being unable to get into a remote or R&D.
Yeah. Here we have a microweb. Interesting res. It forces the break.
It does force the break. That
Gives you the Lobosoma counter, right?
we can't afford to fully break that. We only have 1 credit on the touchstone and 3 real credits.
No, but we have 5 on the.
Oh, that's an
yeah,
overclock.
yeah.
Apologies. I didn't see any
Yeah,
counters.
I imagine that whenever you run with this deck, you think, what does it cost to break Cloud Eater? What does it cost to break Microwave?
Microwave
And
is going
that's
to be
how you
6
calculate.
to fully break. Getting the counter back, 5 from the overclock on the touchstone.
Yeah. And also, when the run started, we should have gained admin counter, right? Which I don't think we have unless there's a stacked credit on that catalogue. Oh, unless we... Yeah, no, it's when a run begins. So yeah.
I believe we may have the trigger. It's hard to say. We don't know if
Yeah.
it's stacked.
And then we can play the Shore Gamble because we have 4 credits, but we have Ghost Time. So it's 1 cheaper to play. Just having a look at credits here. Got 14 credits, 2 cards in the remote, of which we're pretty sure it's an Animatic Void with something else. Playing a Spin Doctor here, trying to keep the hand full after being reduced down to a single orbital superiority. It's definitely looking like Dolwell has been able to set up pretty well here in a way that most of these servers are trivialized now. And particularly, if we see a sentry, it's reasonably cheap to get through. And also it charges the Lobosoma to make sure that we can get through that Tatibola later. That may also be the reason to try and draw more. We want to make sure we have an ice in hand so that we can earn some money and swap that Tatibola out for something a bit more meaningful.
It's an interesting position for both sides of the board, as Lovelace hasn't been allowed to set up with it. We can't play at all this game. While we have been able to play hedge funds, hand saves, we haven't got the accelerator,
Yeah.
which would mean that we might be able to attack a bit more. But it's choosing to stay much more reserved, respecting things like public trail. We may have a lot of fake credits on board, touchstone, yes, overclock, but if we don't respect the 8 credits we need, Flick Trail could wipe us out. The third Unleash could still be something there.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to tell obviously from here, but it looks like a reasonably thin deck now. Probably coming down to the later number of cards, but then 3 Harmony Arc therapies for later to make that money go further. So we're running the Spin Doctor, which, if left, could have resulted in a successful run for Public Trail. Putting back
Lacosta and Hansei Review.
Hanzei Review with it.
Now, importantly, this does shuffle the deck, which means those 2 Unleashes are buried and now going to be back in a more drawable position.
Yeah. And here we have a Game Dragon coming down onto the Orca.
Oh, so we're not using that little token. I'll show that later. And just discarding a Spark of Inspiration.
Yep. Now that we have both of them, there's no need to keep those cards around unless we have a surprise here at Resonance 4, which, if they don't have, unless this is a very sneaky Lacosta that's sitting there, it would have to be a sneaky Lacosta that hasn't been res before and the Seamless to be able to give a tag and then, okay, if we overwrite, suggest it's probably a bite then.
I
Or an agenda that we want to be in the bin instead.
think this could potentially be a push. We don't have perhaps we don't have the cost in the most perhaps the analytic void, and we are trying to get the train going again. Or, as you said, it could be a very aggressive agenda push in the hopes that we have Seamless Launch in hand and we found another leech.
Yeah, we're just checking through the list bubble here, possibly to check where the pinhole is, because I think that's the only card that really cares about. I guess you could also be checking for the number of burners to work out where you're going to choose your melee's target. Using here an overclock, costing 0 to be able to run here Microweb, which with Lobus Omen, we said it was 6
Total to break.
If we had the Game Dragon, it would be 5 instead.
And the following ice would be a little easier to break as well. There is a Bachynomus face up in Archives, which helps us consider which subroutines we actually want to break as the micro. And
Yeah.
we know there's no ice, we might not break the first subroutine. I believe we definitely do want to break the second, third, and fourth subroutine of Michael. Resing for less, the Sentry, and Code Gates.
Yeah, although the Sentry one can fire if the others are all dealt with.
I
There's no
suppose
Sentry
yes.
around.
There are
So there is an animatic void in there. It being res means probably we're paying the cost here, right? With the cork now on, I guess there's another reason again why the decision to try and make sure your hand is flushed up is so that you can afford to throw away cards. And with also that naked card on the table, which almost certainly, yeah, it must be a spin vector.
could very easily
Means that
be
you
a
can
bite.
very comfortably. That's also true, yeah. But means you can comfortably shove things right. Okay, so we're going for the burner here so that we can break through into HQ, get rid of some cards so that we can disable the analytic void.
Getting our Tattoo Bowler, going to give us the 4 credits back, which is going to be quite important on this.
Yeah, this could be a risk here of public trail. However, with burner, we'll see 3 of the what I think might be 4 cards.
Archives Call,
Oh, it's just 2 cards in hand. We see 2. Is that a
Cloud Eater.
Going to put both of those at the bottom. I think that
I
makes
think
sense.
that feels to me like this is going to be a Charlotte Cassadol push in the remote, rather than a very aggressive agenda score.
Okay. Down comes a Miami, which if Ghost Tongue and Touchstone weren't enough sources of additional credits, there's now an extra credit a turn on a red Rozeki there.
It's going to let the most of the events in the deck cost 1 or 2 anyway.
Yeah.
The Mystic is going to make the Shogun box that we recur with our just that more cash. Really.
It is a Charlotte in there. It looks like we're chatting over to a judge here. Maybe no, maybe not.
I think that was just not Yeti walking past, sparking up conversation.
Installing now. That looks like it's going to be a Lacosta because it cannot be anything else apart from a game loss. And
I wonder if we intend
And now
to.
we're back to the runner side. So we gain 1 on Miami, we draw into Harmony Art Therapy, which is very, very valid to play right now. There's definitely one of each of the events you'd want. Maybe you want to use this this pinhole first. If you run Archive, however, the Corp is going to use that for their benefit. We are going to do it. Pretty sure we're going to see a... okay, using Spin Doctor. This might suggest that Melee hasn't chosen Archives for this.
It could actually be both. Perhaps we are looking to get a little more gas, get rid of our.
Face down's going back in the deck.
Perhaps there were some agendas hidden.
Yeah. I think it may be that there was two.
We don't want to risk the
Is
Melius.
there, is there a window between Melius firing and using this window?
There is a
Okay,
R&D call.
interesting. Gonna take out just Charlotte there. I guess this means you then don't have to run the remote, which is nice.
Yes.
But
As we know.
sometimes I do wonder if just taking out the Lacosta, I saw that it might have been your game actually. In the
Yes.
previous game, I was like, oh yeah, taking out the Lacosta is very smart here because it stops all of these scary scoring outcomes.
When the card is face down, it does a little bit more risk, knowing whether it's a Charlotte in the remote or a gender or a bite. In this case, we know the Charlotte is face up,
Yeah.
so I suppose hitting either card would make sense.
But now we have two cards in a server together, so a Lacosta with a bite or a spin doctor.
Or an
Or an
agenda.
agenda.
Yeah. Or another Charlotte, who knows?
Yeah.
It could be literally anything.
Yeah, that's
It is tricky because now we have a noetic void. We've got a lot of credits. It's difficult to say what that is going to be.
Yeah. But also, depending on cards in hand, from what I've seen, it doesn't look like we have 5 cards in hand here. So choosing to advance the board by putting more cards on it, rather than keeping some back for the animatic. However, with Declan here on 3 real credits, it's looking a little rough to be able to get into that server right now, especially with Lovelace being able to res whatever's there, which usually is a tier on the remote.
Which can be a very nasty face check. Costs 6 to break. No, sorry.
5.
4 to break because the Game Dragon is still on the order.
Yes, yeah.
We're just moneying up, drawing a lot of cards.
And also, I guess right now, obviously, we have to worry about Unleash being a problem, which actually, if there is also the Seamless, however, we've been burning their hands so much that we know it hasn't been sitting there for a while. If there is a Seamless, this could be an Unleash score, resing a tier to take out something very important.
Now, we've gone for a double nuker turn, we're drawing 6 cards, we're trying to get whatever the remaining pieces. If this is an agenda push, looking to the Unleash, this could be very, very nasty. The damage could be devastating, Luke.
So we do have a double Lacosta, which is not unique, so you can have both. And we have a Charlotte cooking on the side. I guess we've decided to say, hey, your credits are pretty low. You can't afford to take down both of these things, because 6 to get rid of all
We've
of that stuff.
only just established the fence of Wayne as well.
Yeah. So now there's a lot on the board to get rid of. However, if we have 2 operation events like in hand, that's plenty of money, especially if we find like a buyer band or something similar. It's going to make it a lot easier to clear out
I think
one or both of those remotes.
Lovelace is having a look through the heat right now, perhaps weighing up whether it's safe to keep cooking this card in the remote server, or if it might be worth playing Seamless and trying to get an Unleash out now. We're advancing Charlotte in the other remote,
Yeah, which I
so we can get the 3 credits back.
yeah.
I think we're
Does
playing.
it overall? I think it does overall make sense. Considering the credit total right now, we wish we had a few more. But I could also see a line where you say, actually, it's probably not worth the click and the credit to do it.
It does demand a response from Dolby. I think because it's so exposed, it's not out there now. If we don't deal with it, we are just giving the court 4 credits out.
Yeah, but it's about the extra advancement is that you're spending a click and a credit to be able to gain 3 to like trash it instantly when you want. But also then the runner isn't spending 2 to trash the shot. So you're gaining 2 for a click when you would also be denying them 2.
I suppose.
So I think it's like, obviously if the 2 credits is very meaningful, like now you can afford to res Cloudy to and Buffanomas, or you can use the animatic and res Cloudy to or tier, then absolutely it makes sense. But it's very fine on the line of what makes sense. So it goes back overclock, gamble, Gamble making sense for the
Pinhole.
Mayami. Pinhole. I think that's another Harmony AR. And one card at the back there that is green, so probably a creative commission.
Maybe a burner as well. There's a burner, yes.
Okay, so we're not doing a Harmony AR, I don't think. I think that
No, that's that. We've
was the
resolved.
first card Harmony AR.
Yep.
Yeah.
In the corner you can see bottom. We've resolved the first Harmony AR to get another Harmony, Pinhole, burner, and overclock and a shotgun.
Now I think there's one like the super play that I could see play out here is if Lovelace can find a window to unleash a tier, it could be possible that actually instead of trashing a card on the table, you're best doing 2 core damage, or the chance that if you hit a Harmony or Therapy or 2, this deck runs out. This deck then has to click for credits and hope that it's enough. The breakers are pretty efficient that you can make it work, but suddenly that Ghost Tongue is not doing anything anymore. The Mayami's not doing anything anymore. That's 2 credits less a turn of value.
It's difficult to work out, though. Is it worth the little bit of drip economy over the next few turns, or the 10 credits it's going to cost you to reinstall?
That's true. Well, I'm thinking here that you'd have the Harmony, you'd have to also make sure you find a spark, or maybe there is a
But then you'd have to
spark in hand just for this protection.
that safety would be nice, but we have to be accepting the risk of having one dead card in hand, hoping that eventually this scenario winds up. We have had to overdraw a few times this game. I recall at least 2 Spark of Inspiration have been played.
So right now, 8 credits available for trashing things. Also, we've got 2 from the touchstone, so we have effectively 10 credits. We're going to overclock. Great card to be able to get through. Popping the Charlotte for the credits, which, as mentioned, definitely could matter. That gives you enough to res a tier, also advance the card in the remote, and use the Anoetic. Whereas if you hadn't done that, you might be a credit or 2 short from all of that.
And we're discarding Dake for Dancer.
Or Daig. It's true that, Daig is actually in the best state right now, with no agenda scored on either side. There's so much
possible
potential
value.
in Daig. But unfortunately, Daig does not make it this time. Daig is there for, I think, very specific things. Oh, we go for the Seamless here.
Scoring Fuji in the remote.
So this is why we took an extra turn here, because we
If we
needed to get the
hit the
Fuji.
Harmony in hand, it would be devastating. And we do, we hit a Harmony. I
Yeah.
do not recall, is there another Harmony in the deck, or were we just getting...
I believe there is.
Did we shuffle one?
No, I don't think we did.
That could be really, really dangerous for Dalbot.
I'm not sure what the first one. It was a green card. It could have been Harmony or Therapy. I'm trying to think what it would be instead. We've seen all the other ones. Let's just have a quick look at the deck list here.
What other list of
It
green
could have been
cards?
Creative Commission, which I think would be more likely, considering the state of the game. And there'd be no point taking any others unless you don't want to hit the
No.
counter sites here. So yeah, I think it would have been. We took Creative Commission over Harmony or Therapy.
Using Mystic here, 3 credits from Mystic and 1 of our own to make 9 off the Shore Gamble.
Yeah,
And throwing another shot.
yeah, that's gonna sit cooking away in the hand for a bit.
Interesting that we're going to hold the Shore Gamble as long as possible to get that Mystic back. We are RFG one, brought one back from the heap, left one in the heap, though we are out of recursion.
Yep, we're at the bottom of the barrel. However, with 14, 15 credits there, and also Cataloger, it's doable.
It is certainly doable.
And the Cataloger is infinite, so, I mean, you really kind of have to res this ice here, because the risk is too great.
And we need to tax the credits. There is an awful lot of economy. We cannot allow ourselves to get run over.
And with Cataloger refueling itself and giving you the charge back because you're Padma, that means that you can run and click for 3, and that means that that microwave is mostly dealt with. And obviously, if the inside ice here is also a code gate, that Game Dragon is going to provide a lot of value in saving credits there. I have a feeling it's going to be. I mean, it could be a beer back. It's affordable,
It costs 4 to break.
and having seen some previous games, beer back has been on R&D, has been on HQ as well. Usually it's tier on the remote, but
I don't
you
think
never know
we
what
can
order
ever
comes up.
justify forfeiting an agenda here.
Yeah,
But
you know,
the problem is, can we justify
I don't
spending
know actually.
going down to 2?
I wonder if you can actually consider forfeiting an agenda.
The trouble is, with remaining, we only have 2 credits left. That means our remote is extremely vulnerable, and we would lose our 1 copy of Poetic if they decided to challenge.
Yeah,
So we are cataloguing here.
Castlogger here,
We did
was
call
R&D
R&D.
which is going to slightly improve the odds of dodging things.
Not sure what we added back there. It looked like a
Now it's the
hedge.
top 4. Now, Declan does do summon spring. Yeah, got some nice visibility there.
That's an Unleash, that's an Orbital Superiority, an Ice, and a Charlotte.
But also there's a Naked on the table. It could be a Spin Doctor. I think we're going to play the long game here and just calculate the gap.
Yes, it looks to me like we're trying to put the agenda as the third. Agenda as the third and the Unleash as the fourth. So if that is a Spin Doctor, we're going to draw 2 dead cards.
Yeah, although in this situation,
Is the
it's
Spin
been read and played. Wow, very good. And then,
Are we
but
going to
now
We are going to
we are going to shuffle immediately. Okay.
saying, okay, this counter is dead, worthless.
Yeah.
To be fair, we're not unhappy to draw an Ice and a Charlotte in this board state. That is a Knowledge Seeker, which isn't going to cost a bit of money to. Will cost a bit of money to break. It's
Yep, and also it's one of the ice where you don't want to break all of it. So level 7 is not necessarily giving the counter back.
in fact, break the remaining subroutines of Knowledge Seeker are actually rather bad for defending R&D here, as reorganising the top 4 of R&D, well, we're just going to have them reordered by Cataloger anyway.
Yep, so now we're doing the funky play of build your own deep dive. So you catalogue R&D to enable cataloger to breach. You now run HQ with a burner to go and put what you want on top. Although we didn't allow an agenda to be in the hand,
The third microware!
it's here. It's a very unfortunate set of things to res, but
I mean, it costs a lot to break here.
although we can save one, but we should also probably break all of it. Microwave here, what can you let happen?
You can.
You could let them install a piece of ice.
We know there's a Bacchinomus in archives. We'd rather not give them
Yeah.
something for free.
You don't want to let them res. You can let them trigger a sentry, but you can't let them trigger a code gate because that would let them do any of the ones that you didn't want them to do. With C3 in hand, there's a seamless. So
There's
seamless and unleash going to the bottom, and then that
Oh,
card
we hate
was
to see that. We've just not been allowed to have an Unleash in hand for any amount of time this game. As those 2 cards would by themselves threaten another score in the remote server. Seamless Unleash.
definitely
Seamless
some very.
Advance score.
And if we did see an agenda there, you can be sure it was going to go on the top, and we were going to click the cataloger and go grab it.
Advancing the card in the remote with the Costa.
Yeah, and taking mandatory draw, then drawing as first click,
Public Trail comes down. We
forcing a spend of 8. I believe we have all the
have to
credits.
maybe hit him. And we risk that Lovelace has found another leash this game.
But don't we know? Oh no, because we put things to the bottom. Yeah,
We must have put Unleash.
yeah.
Who's to say that Lovelace did not immediately draw another Unleash?
Yeah.
We are playing 3.
Now this is the beauty of Lacosta is it does let you keep up. It's like free tempo. The runner can sit back and click. That's fine. Declan has 1 card left in his deck there, which isn't too much of a worry because this deck isn't trying to kill you typically. However, Bacchinomus Unleash can get you to a point where you can't survive it anymore. However,
Bites would be very dangerous.
we're also getting into the part of the game where Cataloger can just lock down R&D and just say, hey, every turn I see the top 4, I put them in the order I like, and 4 cards is very hard for you to get through, especially with 2 spin doctors used already. Clicking for 3? I think we're just clicking for 4, yeah.
I do wonder how many economy cards we have left in the deck.
We know there's a sure gamble, I think. So I think we're just waiting for the Miami to tick up. We're keeping Fencer around. I think there's only 2 on Fencer. Okay. We're figuring something out.
I think there was a... How many clicks have we used this turn?
I think it was just click for 3.
I'm gonna be honest. I know that
Having a pause here to figure out what's happening, how we're going to rectify it. Thank you everyone for joining. Let's go through the chat a little bit. Warlock says, can we play some Eternals? I will tell you, I was almost persuaded to put an Eternal game on for the first game.
Oh, really? I believe it was the possibility of editorial division not making it.
That's true, yeah. It was editorial division. It's interesting right now, and it's doing well. Ant1NR says, no more harmonies. Yep, I'm pretty sure that is the case. That's why we're looking at that one card on the deck. And the same from Pen the Penguin. I would love to know, where are people checking out the stream from today? We're here in Reading in the UK. I know that we've got Cobra Bubbles was watching from Norwich. We had some people yesterday from Copenhagen and the Netherlands. So a pretty international audience for the wonderful game of Netrunner. Let us know where you guys are chatting from. And that will fill out some time while we wait to find out what's happening. It doesn't feel like there was an issue. Maybe it was a missed...
Some kind of missed trigger.
A missed Bueno? But Bueno, I think, only had 2. Alright.
Oh.
Ah, okay. So the issue here is that Hanzo Review was played with only 4 credits.
I wonder if it was possible for...
I think we're just checking back. See, this is the beauty of having a stream, is that the judges can go back on the stream and check what happened.
I suppose that it would also be able to determine if it was possible for us to put it beforehand.
Yes. I guess you could argue that playing public trail and then them choosing to pay gives you knowledge changes things, unless you could then redo it and say, hey, you can choose differently, like undo back to that state.
I do wonder when we get to the point of accepted game state though.
Yeah, there's something about the decision window for actions where if there was anything where someone could have made a decision, that then it is different.
I think it's been resolved so much that we've removed 5 credits and simply taken 1. So we were not allowed to play the Hansei Review, but were instead made to click for a single credit.
Okay.
Game Dragon moving on to the Lob Summon.
It doesn't change things that much, to be honest, unless this is a Charlotte in a remote, because 9 credits versus 5 credits, there's actually not that many eyes that are anywhere in that range. It's mostly 10s, these 8s, and I think we have a few empiricists in there as well.
I don't believe there are... Well, there might be
There's
a couple.
two empiricists and 2 knowledge seekers, so this means that now empiricist isn't an option, in case maybe that was the decision of what to res was based on that, or what to play was based on keeping that res available. We're losing the Bueno.
I believe we've just clicked for 4 credits anyway.
Yeah, and just let the Bueno die.
Yeah.
I guess we're accepting here that we're going to try and go and find
Scoring
points.
to see how they run.
Yep.
1 click remaining.
If this is an unleash,
Then I believe that might be game. This is doing 1 damage. We can see how they run. It's a net damage.
yep. If we take out the Code Gate Breaker,
If we,
losing Pinhole, that could matter.
do we see the unleash? We need some kind of target here that does damage.
No unleash.
It would require either of the ice on
Nope,
the
that's it.
table.
No
we've
unleash
just got-
happening. If it was unleash, it would have been a locked out game for sure.
Potentially, we do need to have an ice that's worth resing. In all 3 microwaves,
That's true. It needs to be affordable. But we could just res. We could install and res Baphanomus and trigger it, and that's 3 damage. And I think we have
we
less
only
than
get
3
to
cards in
resolve
hand.
once. So we
Back
can't.
is 3 damage.
It is, but the Bathonomus we know is in archives.
Oh no, I'm not thinking for Unleash. It's if Microwave is left around, then you can go fetch and install the Microwave and do the 3 net damage, which is unsurvivable when you have, I think, 1 card, maybe 2 cards left in your grip, and that's it. So we're doing what has to be done, which is just charging the middle here. Looking at the top 4, maybe we're going to see some juicy things this time. There's no Spin Doctor threat. There is a see how they run. Also a Lacosta at the bottom there, and 2 Tatibolas. I think we're going to offer action here. There is also a tag, which does matter because obviously it's an Unleash deck. Breach taking a see how they run. So now it's 5 points to 2. If that is an agenda in the remote, but also if it's a bite. If
it's a bite,
you lose. If it's an agenda, you lose, unless you force the court to spend a certain number of credits. I think we're just calculating here and saying, looks like, are we making this run and paying through? Checking the deck list here. This is one of those weird things where I think technically you have to check the deck list, but really you should just be able to go, hey, you got 1 card in your hand, here's the last card in your deck. I can see all of your cards. What is the single card left?
What is that single card? Is that a Spark Inspiration?
It's a Hippocampic Mechanicite.
Oh, right.
Which is not really doing much right now.
We have a button that instantly loses the game.
Oh, there we go. That was the final agenda, orbital superiority. So we gain 1 from the Lacosta, and then we spend the last to advance it out. So there we go. Unfortunately, Wage Workers Stolball from my team, the London Wage Workers Clique, coming 4th at this tournament today. And Lovelace moves on. Will get to play. Unfortunately, does not get a break now.
Yeah, right back into the action.
The Not Yeti, who is currently winning the top cut, gets 2 rounds off, got this round off and gets the next round. Bucket Hat Ben has had 1 round off, and Lovelace just has to run it back. And fortunately, that's 1 game each time, so every game will be on stream here.
Now, the real question is, how much beer has Not Yeti consumed in the 2.5 hours that he's had to himself?
It's a long break. You start thinking, what am I going to do with myself? I've got so much free time.
Yes.
Well, thank you much for everyone joining. We will be back shortly. I imagine there might be a little bit of a break. I'm not quite sure. I think we're trying to rush the schedule up a little bit because some players do need to get home today and get to work tomorrow. So, yeah, 3 Ice Res, all game, all Microwave. It turns out you should just play a deck which is only 3 Microwave. It's all you need. You don't need over.
The ice that actually doesn't do anything by itself, but does demand to be.
Yeah.
It's.
All right, let's quickly switch over to the browser view. Do you want to shuffle in a bit so you're visible?
Yep.
Just switching over to the browser view so that we can show you guys what the state of the board is right now. So the bracket, as mentioned, Lovelace is going to go through to play Bucket Hat Ben here to decide who goes through with 1 life to face Not Yeti, who has 2 lives, so can afford to throw a game. Or also, you have this really interesting, honestly, one of the most fascinating actual mechanics of the game I find is when someone has 2 lives and someone has 1, how differently they can choose to play. You can play the risky, bold moves where you're like, maybe I will install advance, and you think, oh, it's a weird thing to do with a Charlotte or something, and it's actually just a Fuji. You can afford to take those risks. So that will be a very interesting game to see. In terms of split, I think Lovelace here has played always Menace in the bottom bracket and started with Essa, so they are definitely runner favored here. And Bucket Hat Ben played a Yuko, Lu, and a Yuko, so I think we're going to see Essa against Measured Response a Yuko.
very fast matchup. Something to look forward to.
And I think for the final, is it also done by favor?
I believe it may be done by favor, which means most likely not yes, it will be starting with the Meliers.
Yeah.
I think that he has played Lou twice, Meliers once.
And Esser against Melius. Esser's reasonably good in this.
It is, but I will point out, not Yeti's deck does contain three copies of Regenesis,
Ah,
which
yes.
does make the Pushes a little bit dangerous.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for everyone joining. We'll be back in a bit for the semi-final.
Losers finals? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how it works when you have a double elimination. But anyway, that's where we're up to. We will see you guys back shortly. See ya. Netrunner players, welcome back. Here we are for the... It's kind of like the semi-final. I don't really know what it counts as. And I'm joined here by Dolbob, who, unfortunately, his run with undefeated Plutus Ayuko has come to an end.
Yeah.
Because the Padma couldn't quite pull it out.
Content is all I'm good for. I'm not cut out for these actual events.
Bucket Hat Ben here, removing the bucket hat that he put on. I did tell him to put it on because I've never actually seen him in a bucket hat. But now I know what it looks like and where the name comes from. The player's just getting set up here. We've got Essa with I guess there isn't really like a what is the standard Essa now. It's a bit more different than that, but we do have an Essa here. Let's just go to the standings and pull up that deck list. Nope, it's in the pairings. Which we have got 2 pinholes, a hippocamic mechanocyte, we've got a revolver, 3 botulus, 2 begamot, 3 nukers, and then just a kind of standard Essa stuff. Doing some core, messing up the corp a bit. And then Ben's side, we have a measured response Ayuko, which again I think is pretty regular. Is there anything unusual in here? We've got 2 measured response, 3 spin doctors, 2 humanoid resources as well, which is a common pick now for Ayuko to slot in to just give them a little bit more speed and give them a few more options to get through their deck and get set up nice and fast.
Yeah, it's an amazing card for Ayuko because you get to... Like, Ayuko already pressures cards in hand and credits so intensely. Just through its gameplay and how you have to interact with it. Oh, speaking of, what have we got going on here? Bladder Warping and a humanoid.
Yeah.
Blowout, opener. The damage will matter. You've got the Ayuko proc. Do you even do it when you're going to draw 3 cards? I think you've got 2 cards in HQ, so you probably do it. So we're ripping it. 1, 2, 3.
Deciding what goes. I mean, I guess, yeah, this is exactly what you put humanoid in, because if you find it early and you can
why not on
protect
turn
it,
1 alongside a Bladder War?
it does so much.
Better
Yeah.
than Cheetah in some ways.
And it kind of gives you just more good assets early. I mean, seeing your Plutus earlier with triple cohort, you have 3 cohorts, you have 3 bladderworts. Those are most of your economic assets.
I think
So
the start is so good that I would say that Ben just off the rip, turn 1's like strongly favored.
yeah,
Like it's play well here, don't get weird flood happen to you, and like this is a tough opener to just contest with. Look at that tempo.
yeah. And also, depending on the ice here, if this is a Semac, we're going to be pretty happy because that botulus isn't going to do anything against it.
Yep. The Mac is amazing. Fly Swatter could be a one-off. Repel. It could be Anemone, which, you know, Botulus works against it, but it's not.
Yeah, it's
Nothing
not
to write home
really
about.
doing much. Yeah.
No, the question is, does he get good installs and does he find the operation that he wants?
Looking for the option here. Yeah, we are resolving the humanoid. Install here. Also, the operational hedge
Wow,
fund.
install hedge fund. So it's literally it's the dream.
It's the full value that you can get.
It is the dream, and I'm seeing a steel skin in hand. I think the heart is the steel skin, or was it the strike one?
Yeah, the strike fund's a coin, so that's steel skin. That's going to be 3 cards.
It's being hard played.
Just recognizing we need the gas now. Drawing into another steel skin. Watch this has ticked up. Yep.
Would be nice to maybe consider a raindrop thing, but like you can't trash anything that you see. What's installed? Is it a ghost tongue?
I'm not sure. I think that might be Ghost Tongue. Considering our willingness to play the steel, no, you'd probably play steel skin anyway.
I don't think that the credit was paid to play steel skin, so I think it takes a credit and then
Raindrops against spending no
raindrop
credit. Yeah,
against spending no credit. So it's like
there's lots of insurance here. It is an anemone, so we're going to take 2.
that's
which
fantastic
might draw some
because
cards.
that's going to be more AU counters. We're even pushing ourselves down towards Bladderwater range again, which is a bit scary.
We can also choose at this point if we think it's right. No, we wouldn't put a Regenesis behind this. The risk would be too great that they just run it and go and steal it.
Yeah, I mean, there could be like a spin doctor in the remote, right, and you're just
Yeah.
immune to it.
probably we're looking at maybe it's maybe we want a cohort here.
Yeah.
We will be finding out. It is a moon pool.
3 counters on that. Yeah, 3 credits are on that. There should not be any counters. If it was just 2 steel skins in hand, you just let that anemone fire and just say that that's like drawing 3.
Yeah. Just make so it's
Finish the game. Yeah, one game before there's like
so on 1 core, hand size of 4. Haven't found Mara yet, which would be a nice way to give us more options. Also got to watch out for always the risk of just, this deck can run away by installing lots of assets, as we've seen in earlier games, but running hot lets you pretty confidently deal with thinning out those asset options.
Yep.
Making sure that you have the click to actually go and see everything.
your corpse are so close. That Lou being like
And building a new remote out here. Botulus ticks up again. That Botulus pretty much infinite here. Looks like a pinhole threading. Goes to see a Regenesis, which is going to do nothing. Now, with this many credits, could be a Boto. Is this a Begamot? Look like I spend a 5 and we're taking a core damage, so I think so.
Begamot, hey?
If this is a... If it's a Boto, is it strong enough with the Begamot to get through? I think so. Yeah, 2 strength plus 1 core damage. So we'll be
It
at
can
4
break
strength.
everything. It can break all the barriers that could possibly be in here. But like, you don't know that it's a barrier.
That's true. But also, if we're pushing a Regenesis, we probably want the confidence to know that it's something that...
Yeah, I think Lion's Mane does the
something,
job
something
too,
that
right?
matters.
Lion's Mane could be Fly Swatter.
Yeah, Fly Swatter.
Ben does have a smug looking look on his face, so he's got tricks going on, I think. I suspect.
Looks like we might have a measured response in hand there. So
Yeah,
it's very far away from the threat for it, but we're confident on the money. And currently, again, with no Marrow, down to a hand size of 3, measured response just works. If
yeah,
if they run archives right now and they can steal a number of points, you
yeah,
might
you
just
can
go,
even give
just
them a
have
point
it.
with
Yeah.
Moonpool.
Yeah. So it looks like we're back to the corpse turn.
Okay,
We are
the
in
opportunity is
fact
taken to make a
blood
3-point.
in the water.
Blood in the water is not like perfect, but you know, 3 points is a lot of points for 3 advancement counters.
Doesn't get us to measure response range.
Now, there's no Marrow installed, so there's no Sabo 1 just yet.
And also, let's just check we have 2 hybrid release as well in here and a longevity serum. So there is the option to hybrid release to get to 4 threats.
Yeah,
Which, I mean, if there's one on the table, you can just advance, play measured. Yeah. Could be a very quick game indeed.
I think this is such a dominant spot as Elka. That looks like a...
A fermenter, I would imagine.
Was it a Tushka played? Am I crazy? It's in the bin. I don't know whether it was played or not. I don't see him resolving it, so it must have just been trashed by something.
And then down comes the Nuka at the end there.
Nuka? Okay.
It's going to give lots of card draw. And going to help a lot with the very limited hand size right now. Hopefully next turn will be click into a Nuka.
Yeah, there were kill lines here. Moonpool, like a...
Yeah, just Moonpool anything, really.
Moonpool out of 2-1, and you can just play the measured.
So drawing first click, I believe. Unless that was mandatory draw there.
Might have used the Alka. It's hard to track. There's so many solid turn triggers going on, man. Do you even take his Battle Walk credit? Or is it still just the Alka clock and he's still thinking about
I'm
it?
not
I can't
sure.
really
He's
tell.
only got 2 count. He's only got 1 counter, so I didn't see him draw 3. Maybe he is. We don't know his hand, but maybe he is just sitting there trying to work out if there is a kill line there. No, we're gonna create a new remote with a Fuji in it. I mean, if it's an enemy, it's
You can
pretty
just
awful.
kill them, yeah.
I mean, obviously you nuke her first and then run through.
I
but-
guess it's like a threat 4 spam.
Yeah, but it doesn't get them
It
to
doesn't get them
four.
to 4, it gets them
which-
to 3, which is very
I
different.
don't think it's good enough, because if there's now like a Marrow coming in,
I don't know what that card is. So many alt arts in this world. and I
it looks
not keep
like
track of the board state.
a Strike Fund, and then a Gamble?
It could be a gamble. I don't
It's
know.
very possible that we're paying 3 different Strike Funds and 3 different... This is the challenge of
It seems to be
alt art
econ
history.
cards.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The cards are going down and money is going up, so...
And all alt arts.
Wait, are we having a one here? So, mandatory draw.
Oh my god, we're gonna
Reading-
fast advance. Oh, we're gonna never advance this.
Crashing a card from hand, gaining a counter.
Yeah. So this is just gonna be advance, advance, advance.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be threat 6
Two
and 2
Genesis
damage.
going into the deck. Placing 2 advancements on a card of choice.
Yeah.
And then spending 3 more. Also going down to Bladderwort range now as well, just to
Oh
make things
man,
work.
this is. I mean, Bible can be trash pretty easy, but like, how do you stop a point from being scored
And
here?
additionally, 2 damage as well. Like,
It genuinely matters so much.
the,
Like,
the nuke is helping a lot here, because otherwise your turn is just off.
yeah.
And if your turn is off and they have 2 counters, they can just try and dig for the hybrid release.
Yep.
So not only do you need to keep an eye on the top of the deck, you need to keep an eye on the top 4 cards of the deck.
Yeah, I think this is cooked, eh?
Yeah.
I mean, never lose hope. Right? There could always just be random points, but the random points might hurt you too.
Yeah, and additionally seeing...
And if you make a successful run here, actually, no, the credits are fine. Credits are sorted. So if you can run.
Yeah. The Bladderwort will chip as well, though.
Bible has to go.
But yeah, you just have to always be on 8 credits now. It's nothing... There's no other way. Or you just win all 7 points at once, which is going to be a challenge when there's already a Fuji, a Blood in the Water, and a Regenesis in the score area.
Yeah, I mean, finality can get lots of points.
Is this finality here?
I assume there's finality in the list, as often is with S's.
Yeah, I think there's 2 in this list. Yeah, 2 finalities.
Granted, I have no idea what they look like.
And also, again, I mean, we're already under the core damage that, you know, it's rough, but losing a pinhole threading, probably not going to matter too much. Drawing a card, doing the sabotage. 1 from deck, 1 from hand, gaining 2 counters. 2 counters?
Wonder if that's a mistake, I'm not sure. Was he on 3 or 2 counters?
I think
to
he was
start with?
on 2 then. So Moon.
Oh, this is a finality.
Generic card. and a
Nothing. Okay, it's cooked.
Although now this is a way to know that you are safe from the deck.
You're not safe from anything. You just throw a moonpool on top.
No, but this means that at least they're not going to draw into hybrid release.
Yes, that's true. There's not going to be hybrid release.
And if it was already in hand, we probably would have just scored it earlier rather than doing this convoluted Fuji play.
Is that a Bladderwort installed?
Yeah.
Yeah, cut it, ping.
Losing a running hop. Still seeing no Marrow, unfortunately.
It goes to 5 counters, assuming that the 4 spends 2 of them. I think missed the Bladderwort counter, but he was up a counter anyway, so it doesn't matter. Gotta keep those separate, man. Don't combine your alco options in your hand, it's bad.
Choosing here. I mean, we know, we know there's no agenda from that draw. There won't be one here either, because this was the 4th card scene, which was the FUT. The FUT is scary though. You put it down behind a piece of ice, it has to be dealt with, because
It does, and then
on
you have
0
to make a
points, if you touch
successful
an
run.
agenda, you might just die.
You gotta spend a successful run, and you gotta spend 3 credits, which is like everything matters now.
Yeah. I guess like the saving grace here for a lot of places, we do have a fermenter on the table.
Yeah, money
If
should
it's
be
cooking
okay.
up, and if we pop it next turn, like that covers us for a single measure. We're gonna
Very
petty cash here.
Yeah, that's very nice. Much needed 2 credits to open up some options. Maybe double measured.
Yeah, there's no option right now for that.
No, there is, because it hasn't been to click yet, because that was from the
Oh, it could be Hanze
so
measured.
Hansei double measured is 100% a
I mean,
possibility.
here is the Hanze. Don't see the double measured though. But we want to have the threat available.
Yeah, another 2 counters means you can dig for moonpool lines.
Gonna check through the bin here. I think
Want to
looking
see if there's another
for
finality, perhaps.
finality Chastuka, maybe looking for
Like
Steel
bombs.
Skin.
I'm going to the list.
Maybe
for-
for pinhole as well, because we want the fuck to stick.
Yeah, there could be like a fly swatter or something installed, and you just want to put a either a flutter or just an agenda behind it,
Yeah.
and say that like that's a low bearing fly swatter.
The only time it's
Because the fuck means that if you hit a Fuji, you probably die. You have to draw enough cards, and if you like play a finality or something, you're gonna be on such few cards if you touch anything. Installing in 3 cards now. Also 1 on HQ. I guess this slightly stopped the threat of double Chastushka being an option. Because Ayuko can mill itself out pretty fast, and a couple of Chastushkas, I mean, that's 8 cards gone.
Yeah.
all right. Well, I'm punished for playing my surrender.
And really, Lovelace in a situation now with 3 core damage and just a hand size of 2, you're kind of just playing off the top of your deck. If you even choose to interact with your
Yeah.
deck anymore. Or you just
If
accept
you have-
that their game has to be on the table already.
The dream is you find some burst draw, and you find the marrow, and they don't just win next turn. But I think that may be
Yeah.
asking for one too many things.
Especially with enough counters left here too.
That's what.
Drawn for turn. Draw again. There is a fuck there. This is... this might be a marrow.
Okay.
The core kind of irrelevant here.
Yeah, there's no successful run this turn, looks like, so it's not going to be a measured response angle.
Yeah. But again,
But also-
Ben having 3 counters,
Just means
He's-
that, like,
if he can find a single Hanze review or something, he can make sure he has another 2 counters next turn as well, to just make sure he can go for all this. Then we take 2 sabotage.
even there's blood in the waters in the deck for sure. I don't know that there are 2 ones. Can you check that?
There's 2 hybrid release.
2 hybrids and there's blood in the waters.
Yeah.
So you got to get to 3 hand size, otherwise you're truly cooked.
It could also just be there's just an agenda on the table, and we said you don't have
Totally-
enough clicks
Totally
to do all of
possible.
this, run through
Yeah.
that.
And avoid the flat damage.
Or there would be even, and especially if the FUT is behind a,
Fly swatter or something.
no, an anemone,
Yeah.
then there's no way through.
Okay, so a poke is taken on HQ. 2 cards in HQ. Kind of probably known cards for the most part because
Saw 4
saw
previously.
them already. Assume maybe that's a moonpool that was installed because that was seen by the finality,
Yep.
meaning that only 2 agendas need to come up in this 4-card search.
And it could just
Or-
be that the bin is just full of.
Done.
Oh,
GG.
there we go.
Yeah.
That's the final point.
Well done, Ben. Moves on to the grand finals.
Yeah.
Well, it's
So it is. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it.
it's final. It's not grands.
Okay, so it's first a final, but it could be the final final.
Yeah.
And then it might move on to elevated status of a grand final.
Yeah, this is finals. Next up, we call them true finals or grand finals.
And it will be very interesting because we will have Not Yeti on 2 lives, Bucket Hat Ben with 1 life remaining. So
Bucket Hat
Not
Ben is-
Yeti can afford to play a little bit looser, maybe push harder for a little more.
I mean, you play exactly the
riskier play.
same.
Ideally, yeah. Although it definitely does weigh. The important thing is that if you ever lay out a fork, the person who's only got 1 life left doesn't get to make a choice of, are my odds better if I leave this fork and say if there's a 40% chance that it's a bite or a Charlotte that you put there instead of an agenda, maybe this will actually increase my chance of winning the game.
No, it doesn't make a difference. You got to take the line that gives
That's
you the...
not true at all.
It is.
It does make a difference.
It doesn't make a difference.
It does.
During the game, you should take every action that gives you the highest win percent chance for that game. And because it's not like there's anything that rolls over into the next game. You're not spending your luck.
Well, you are, because if you spend your luck wrong and you don't get to play the next game,
Yeah, I mean,
because the person with one life has to play from the desperate position of I have to, if I'm confident that's an agenda there,
Yeah.
I have to do whatever I can to go and get it,
yeah,
because
just like
there's no second chance here. Whereas the other player can maybe be like, I think this is a good time to push. I think I've got a high chance. It might be possible they can get it if they've got a certain combination of tricks, but I'm going to just try and hope that it works.
you're completely wrong. It's exactly the same.
I think other people would disagree with you on that, but
Okay,
we'll find
chat,
out.
run the math. Does it? Assuming one player needs to win 2 games in a row and one player needs to win either game, does in-game decision making make a difference? Like change? 'Cause I'm telling you, it doesn't. Both players should play the most optimal Netrunner line, regardless of.
I think you have a niche opinion here. I will
It's not
survey
niche.
other players.
It's
to find
lit-
out.
Lucy, we need your opinion. Nick,
Unfiltered, raw opinion. Go.
It's on stream.
okay,
That's fine.
on stream
So-
opinion.
My on-stream opinions are the same as my
So,
off-stream
in the
Very
final
good.
game here, will Not Yeti play differently in the first game and possibly make different game decisions because they have a second life? And is it right to?
Yes.
You think that he will, or you think it's right to?
I think that you should,
Why?
because you. Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
Knowing that you have got a backup game, it depends on what you think the variance is on the matchup of your backup game.
Okay.
But knowing that you have a backup game means you can play riskier.
Why?
In the same way that you can play riskier when your opponent is on 6 points and you're on 2, than you can when it's an even board state.
No. Because both games, you should just be taking the lines with the highest percent, like most winning
some-
odds, regardless of.
But
but
some
then-
of the
sure,
short-term
but there
games
is not
versus
always
long-term
a
games.
immediate correct line.
There
If
is
you are
always a
given a
correct
choice between 2 lines and one of them is slightly higher variance, you are more able to choose the higher variance line when you have a buffer. In the same way as you're more able to take high variance lines late into a game when you know that they're going to win soon if you don't.
I don't think it makes a difference in this case because if the higher variance line is exactly the same win percentage as other line,
Yeah.
then you're not actually making a decision.
Well, I think
Your
it's-
play doesn't change, and why would it?
It's very hard to judge the actual true impact on your game that any given decision you make is going to have.
Well, yeah, I mean,
You can't make an
of course that's
exact, you know,
true.
this is going to increase my win rate by 15%, and if I do this, it's going to increase my win
So
rate by 15%.
which player should be taking the riskier lines? The person who needs to win twice, or the person who needs to win one?
Somewhat matchup dependent.
Yeah, it's matchup dependent.
No, we're spiraling it. Why? What? Explain
I
why
think
this
both
matter.
players should be playing a more risky game.
Why? That doesn't make any sense. Regardless of how many games they need to win, they should just play the best line. And if there are 2 lines that provide the exact same win rate, and one is riskier, like more all in, and one is like more consistent, but also 50-50,
Okay.
it doesn't make a difference.
Well, we're trying to make content for YouTube.
Okay.
So that people
For
will come play
content
our
reason, the reason.
Well, we have
Do
a
you hate
response
Netrunner?
here.
Do you want people
Cobra
to not
Bubbles
play
here
Netrunner?
says, Dolbol's take is a common one, but it's a classic card gamer attitude of treating players like supercomputers.
Players should just play the best lines, and if they don't,
Only you know the best line, and that's because you stacked your deck while your opponent was distracted.
It's also important to remember that Netrunner is a game of player versus player. The cards are a vehicle by which players interact, but actually there is also like mental fatigue and things like
Well,
that
not,
where
not,
We
not
have-
the
we
Dolwall,
have
because he
devolved
stacked
into
both players'
magical
decks while
thinking.
they weren't paying attention.
we have immediately devolved into magical thinking, where you're like spending your luck and gaining your luck as you go through. It's not how it works.
all right, I think we're just going to hang on straight for the next game. We're going to end the conversation around risky plays, and I'm going to ask Dolbob to try not to bring it up continuously throughout the game
I'm crashing out already.
as we go into the
Get
final
not
game.
yet again after this ends. And see
Let's
whether he
up to the
played
name.
this year.
So, not Yeti on the left. And then still Bucket Headband on the right. So, oh, they're the wrong way around. I've got to go fix that.
Players should play the best lines, which is why double strategically missed it. I didn't need that trigger. That trigger was a crutch. Literally, my counters never mattered. Kind of. It maybe cost me a few credits because I had to fully break something. But if I had to win, because I got to win 4 games in a row in order to win the whole thing, I think.
All right, we're just fixing the positions of the players. Let me just update these. So we have Lou against Melias. Now, what is the Not Yeti Melias like? I think you've played against it, right?
It's got a big deal in it.
It's a big deal.
One big deal.
Damn.
It's got bites. It's got 3 Regenesis and 5 3-pointers, and 1 Sisyphus. So basically, it's a Regenesis merchant. It also has 2 measured responses because apparently you just have influence for that. Podmore farms it, but I still lost to it because I'm a talentless hack.
Alright, let's just update the stream layout here just to make things a little bit nicer for this possible final here. We don't know yet. It might be the final, there might be another final. So we have, let's have a look at the little lists over here. We have a Lou as well, which I think is just good value Lou. No stealth, no spice, just good stuff. Let's find that here from the pairings list. Few decks. So the Melias we have 2 Send a Message, 1 Sisyphus, 3 Regenesis, and 3 Fujis. 1 Sisyphus. Okay.
This is visual. You need a 2-pointer.
We're doing untimed finals. We get kicked out of the building at 11 p.m. So we're
Cool.
they'll finish before that happens.
Yeah, that
All right.
makes sense.
There's an announcement here. We have untimed finals, so it will go on forever. 3 bites, 3 Charlotte Cassadors, 2 Spin Doctors here, in order to fit in a big deal, and 2 measured responses as well.
Yeah.
The difference here, it's now top cut. You see the list, so you know there are 2 measures in there. You also know there's a big deal, so you can watch out for that line.
You do
An
definitely do
option.
want to watch out for that line. It's very annoying that they can get big deal back. Once you trash a big deal, you do not want to see it
yeah.
go back into hand.
Yeah.
It's gonna baffle.
And then looking at the runner side, we have got 3 raindrops, 3 steel skin, no strike funds, 3 short gamble, 2 pinholes, and a tread lightly. That's an unusual one, and 2 Hermes, along with 2 echelon and 2 nukers. So this is a Hermes with echelon, rising tide, and buzzsaw, 2 of each. So very good consistency and speed to go and find those breakers. We've got a bunch of the pets. We've got an Eru as well for some multi-access, along with 2 twinnings to go and find that faster. We have 3 gachapons to churn for our deck faster. So it's a speed setup named Orange Crim by Bucket and Ben here. So Hermes, Pinhole, and a Tread Lightly with the final influence there. Choosing to go for Tread Lightly over putting in something like a Buffer Drive. Hoping that we can win before it gets to that point with an efficient rig and some efficient breakers. So this will be untimed. Depending on the outcome, we will then have possibly another game. But if Not Yeti manages to win this game, Not Yeti will be declared the winner of the Reading Megacity tournament and will then be alongside Dolbulb as UK Megacity winners. Bucket and Ben giving us a little show of his hand, then mulliganing away. It looks like he had a twinning, but probably not much engine amongst all the rest of it.
Yay!
So now, I think, is this a mulligan from both sides? Not yet dealing Bucket Hat Ben his hand. And then courtside here we've got I think a couple of ice, and is that 2 Lacostas? Very nice to see a Lacosta early. It's a lot of value, however. Yep, ready to go. But Not will be pretty happy to have the Lacosta because playing Melius without Lacosta is a sad experience. It does so much for the deck. And it looks like we've got 2 in hand. However, the Lou pretty happy to deal with that.
Yeah, there's nothing to put on the Lacosta currently.
I think we just drew into a Charlotte, so we can.
Oh, disgusting.
We already spent 1 on the install, so maybe we put in.
Was it a
naked
Charlotte?
Lacosta here? No, it. So spin, credit, and then bin.
Spin a 3-pointer because
Yeah.
you're spam.
Yeah. And also, there's the chance that if you guess right, you can just put it in your hand as well.
Well, it's not very good.
I guess, but you could always discard it later, kind of thing. If you want to, like, if you put archives as the thing, you can save your spin doctor for a later use.
if you're
But actually, maybe,
if your 3-pointer is that useful to you,
maybe, yeah,
discard something else.
yeah, yeah. I guess maybe the spin doctor.
I think the Sam is not wanted.
Yeah, you want to get it in your bin so that the spin can put it in your deck.
Exactly. We call it spinning it away, the spin cycle.
But it does also mean that if you see an agenda on the top, if they run R&D, you can be like, oh, well, I'll chuck that in the bin as well. And, oh, but then you pick something up. Yeah, maybe not. Well, at least then you move the agenda to the bin, or then to your hand. Do you have to pick up with Melias if you...
If you trash it, yeah, you're doing something to do something.
Depends on the positioning, right? You may trash that card if you do. Okay, yeah, it's conditional.
Oh, is this an HQ poke? Really? What's going
So
on?
we
What was
find a
installed?
Lacosta. Can't afford to trash it.
That was a raindrops on HQ.
And Wild Turtok says, who is playing if it's not Yeti? I don't know. I don't know who this guy is, but it's definitely not Yeti.
I don't know anything about this guy, but he's not Yeti.
So, run aside, set up with a Nuka. Also got daily cast down, so we've got a good bit of money coming in. Playing a Raindrops to give a bit more money. Trying to force a res out there. With 6 credits, there's not a lot of things that could have been res. Now comes down Ice, install, nothing else. So this may just be a Lacosta sitting naked there. What other assets and upgrades do we have available to the Melius player here? We have Animatic Void, Lacosta, and then asset-wise we have Bite, Charlotte, 2 spins. Just moving around the cards here to put Spin Doctor on the side. First click, taking with Nuka, finding a Gachapon. Slightly different to the Stealth Blue deck here, because we have 2 of each breaker, so with Gachapon we can afford to make a choice to not necessarily install a breaker as soon as we see one. Also we have 2 twinnings, we also have an error in there, which will let us dig a bit more on R&D later in the game if we want to. We also have a twinning hand
Companions
already.
down sooner rather than later. Hey,
Yeah.
hopefully Gachapon has one. Just hard installing an echelon to not lose it to damage, maybe. No.
I think that makes sense. Also, particularly sentries being the scary thing, although that being difficult because Echelon isn't very good until you have all the other breakers out with it.
Yeah, not against melee, so you're going to need at least a couple.
Yeah. So here we install advance and I think install another piece of ice. Was that there? We are gachaponing here, making sure we get to 6. There is a paladin.
Paladin, you
It's going
snap
to be pretty
Paladin,
nice.
yeah. Paladin's super nice because you can do it uninteractively with twinning.
Gourmand, Leech, Rising Tide, and Tungsten Tailor at the end there. And a card with an alt art that I don't know what it is.
Fermenter.
Ah, okay. I think it has to be the Paladin, right?
Yeah, I
it's
think
a credit
it's like
turn.
Giga Paladin.
This is a game that you expect to go a bit longer.
And you want to be able to charge your twinning without interacting.
Yeah.
Obviously, interacting really fast would be nice because there's an advanced card, but I think you don't really have that option.
Happy to lose the Gourmand. There's 2 Rising Tides in the deck. Tungsten Tailor. How much does it matter in this list? Let's have a look over at the ice. We've got an Anemone, a Teeny. Oh yeah, I guess we're playing Buzzsaw, so the Athena is going to be a huge pain if we don't.
Oh,
have...
it's actually a Fermenter pick.
Okay.
Not picking up the Paladin, not keen on getting this winning sorted. This is like a lot of great hits. Like all the options you could possibly want.
Yeah,
No.
and it's a shame that some of them get removed because
Yeah, it's
we'd
such a-
like to put things in the bin.
It's such
like
a
the
good
Rising
gadget that you
Tide.
need to throw things away.
Yeah. So losing a Fermenter here, I think that's fine. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, Fermenter's good in the match. Like, all those cards are good in the matchup. Also, Leech is not that great, but still needed.
Yeah, especially with there's 2 Atinis, so the Buzzsaw is going to struggle into those. We also have 2 Knowledge Seekers as well, so we're pretty hard teched against Buzzsaw here. And then when it comes to Sentries, we've got 1 Cloud Eater, 3 Lion's Mane, a lot of ability from the Lion's Mane there, 2 Anemones. And Lion's Mane, we can get to 4 breakers if we want to. It's a bit of a
We can
stretch
easily
because
get
we're
to
playing
3, and then
Hermes.
the fourth is the Tungsten, so...
Yeah. But this does require us to go and find that 1-off Tungsten. And meanwhile, all the ice is going to be extra scary and extra expensive, so we need to find ways to just slow the corp down. We can use the Spin Doctor here.
Pinhole Threading seems to be in play. But Meleus hasn't been flipped, so we're popping the Spin Doctor beforehand. We're also going to pop Charlotte beforehand.
Yep.
Oh, the whole board state just gets evaporated by the existence
I
of
believe
one.
that counter should be on the Charlottes,
Yes, it should be.
or rather, should be credits now.
The Charlotte comes back into hand in a disgusting display of
They access the card here.
Gourmands.
Use the Gourmand, takes
Nice.
4 credits, very nice.
Gives the Lupok and the Gourmand draw.
What I just want to say, that's not happening. God,
Yeah, that Gourmand there, effectively earning 5 credits. Kind of, well, saving you 5 credits. You gain 1 and you don't have to spend the 4 the
Yeah,
Costa.
I mean, gives you saves you 4 because I guess yeah, the Lupok. It's a short gamble with the card. That's
Yeah.
pretty good.
And then here's Shogun and Gashapon.
Nice.
Again, the Gashapon going to be firing on the Corpse turn, most likely.
Just to obfuscate some
So
reach.
install in
Turn some upside down, which is a pro gamer move.
could be. What do you think this could be here? We do know that there was a second Lacosta in hand. Yeah, it was the last cut. So this is probably just Charlotte Lacosta straight back in, ready to go again. We've got 10 credits, so in front of it, anything that's 5 or less is good for us to be able to make sure the Charlotte come up behind. Well, actually, we could spend 7 if we wanted to. Popping the Gashapon here.
It looks like there's a rising tide there, which means we can interact.
Yeah.
Might,
Again, pretty rough. And not trashing, so we don't get to trigger the.
it may
steel
just be a
skin.
fermenter though, because we don't have like hella credits.
Yeah, we have a twinning in hand. This would let us get started on the twinning building.
Yeah. But no,
Yeah.
it's going to be money. We can.
Rising Tide, Hermes going back, of course. Is that a spare echelon?
There's
think
a
just-
spare echelon and a spare. I think there's a 20 in
Just
hand.
checking here whether we need the echelon. I don't think we do. It's a
Seems
more
unlikely.
expensive thing to install to make the other echelon stronger as well. We do have a twinning in hand, so we could RFG it.
Yeah, that's what I would be thinking.
Yeah, I think you just accept that you've used 2 Gashapons. You're not getting a discounted twinning right now. So just pre-preparing the 2 counters because
Enters with one, gets one at start of 2.
Yeah.
It's going to happen immediately after.
okay,
Does not want the steel skin scouring. Does want the second echelon.
yeah, this is surprising. Maybe we are just saying, hey, I'm gonna have to have an extra breaker, and I might just have to install it.
Yep.
Which the other card there, it's Steel Skin Scarring, right?
Yeah.
which is surprising because that gets you through to everything else. So
Well, it's not in your hand, so it not being in the deck also gets you through to everything else. So
yeah, although I guess if we look at the once again, we have a single Cloud Eater and Lion's Mane. This gives us slightly more opportunity to there to make sure we can get to that 4 strength for the Lion's Mane sooner without having to find, all the Rising Tides and also get the Tungsten Tailor down. Tungsten Tailor will do some work in getting the money back though every time we go for an Anemone. No, Anemone's 2 strength. Yeah. Does Tungsten Tailor ever earn money in this matchup? Anemone, Atini, Boto,
yeah,
Cloud
for a
Eater.
teeny it certainly does. So all the code gates.
I meant as in for like gaining a credit off it. It's just the fact that it reduces.
Tattoo?
Oh, tattoo, yeah.
Fake tattoo for 0 sounds good.
Yep. Down comes a daily cast using those Paladin credits.
Very nice. Still no twinning install. I guess that's not considered to be urgent right now because you probably, by the time you're getting into centrals, you'll have the counters maybe.
Yeah. So now installing 2 more ice. Changing mind here. Maybe just shuffling the hand first before putting the ice down. No. Installing what looks to be an Anoetic Void alongside those. In fact, it could only be Anoetic Void. Because not on a lot of credits yet. Letting that Charlotte cook away will help.
Ben's kind of rolling in it, but even breaking a single piece of ice at this point would gank up to him.
Yeah. But also with no res dice on the board, like not Yeti is not actually very ready to defend things. There comes the Hermes.
That's nice. There's nothing face down. Oh, there's a Charlotte, so you don't need to worry about too much right
Here
now.
comes the twinning, which is, it's probably the more important play to get down the twinning and start charging it. The Hermes could wait a turn if needed. It's not in a rush.
Definitely nothing's getting scored right now.
And also, it's important that remember that the cards in your hand are hidden, and hopefully a player always remembers that Hermes exists. But there may be times where they push and they just make the slight miscalculation that you could just have a Hermes and drop it, and that messes up their ordering.
It's just being installed because you need to install something. This says to be installed eventually, and it gives you a twinning counter. And then a leech is also getting installed. Now I would have held that till next turn to make sure we have an obvious twin.
Yeah, I would agree. Doesn't seem to be worth rushing to get it down.
Right,
there.
we're not getting many leech counters if we are getting them.
We could have chosen to run the Spin Doctor. It's we draw a card eventually from it, which maybe isn't the best, but just pressuring the Spin Doctor to say you're going to lose your options to shuffle things back could be pretty good, because that does apply some pressure here, especially with the court not flush yet.
Okay, we're double icing and advancing Charlotte and setting melees. So we're double icing our centrals to make sure twinning is not going to just scoop through the board state.
Yeah.
With Hermes, because twinning plus Hermes can really mess up your plans.
This means on the remote, what are we expecting here? Maybe Boto for the end of the run?
Yeah, I mean, anything.
Possibly Knowledge Seeker. Both of those, there's no present threat to say that you can get through them. Down comes Taka. That's going to be nice for an extra credit each turn.
Not that we're running just yet, but we will.
Deciding we don't want to make use of the stealth credit, the stealth line on Taka.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Down comes the nuker. It's going to help charge through the deck.
I think the stealth list would be better in this matchup, by the way. I think stealth would be better in this matchup.
I think so. I think After Image and Echelon are pretty comparable.
Yeah, After Image is a bit more efficient.
I realized what I've done last time.
Now, 2 ice on each central. Not the credits to res all of it, but definitely the credits to cause a problem if you run any of them at any point. And also, with only 1 breaker present right now, this Charlotte can just sit cooking away. The Lacosta is going to help allow not Yeti, if they can get enough credit, to install in there and not have to worry too much about Hermes, because you can use the Lacosta to smooth out your turns a little bit. You may have to pre-advance, but if you have enough credits and you have enough ice, you might be alright.
we're
Particularly
popping-
with the unfortunate buzzsaw ratios here.
Popping a fermenter for 10, which feels great, and that's to make way for the next fermenter we can install now, which will use our paladin and give us strength. Yeah, there it is.
New fermenter coming down. And a Gachapon, the third one, ready to rip through the deck and show 6 excellent cards that you wish you could all have, and then have to make a choice of 2 to remove them again. But we do have a 20 now on 3 counters, slowly charging up. Just want to make sure we spread out our installs so we can get all the value out of it.
Yeah.
And then we can make those runs that I know Ben has made in previous games, where you run R&D to C3 and then you follow up by running HQ to C3, just to sweep.
Yep.
Here comes the Charlotte, gaining the money, then popping the Charlotte, now installing. So looking like an agenda push. It would be weird to intentionally waste a Charlotte just to put another Charlotte down. Sometimes maybe that could work, but definitely looking like an agenda push here.
And the only agenda you ever push is for Genesis, pretty much.
Yeah, and that's exactly why we have 2 ice on Archive 4. With 28 credits, you can probably res at least 3 of the ice that are on the remote and archive, and also you can trigger your Anoetic Void if you really need to, and probably still score your Regenesis. And you know what, next turn, just put another Regenesis in. You get the free advancement from the Costa.
If
Advance,
a Regenesis is
score it
scored, the
out.
game gets messed up because you have big deal for the last 3 points. And the neat thing about the deck is that you can either big deal your Regenesis first, or score the Regenesis and big deal the 3-pointer.
Yeah.
So either way round works.
And then also it gets onto threat 4, and we have the measure response to make use of that as well.
Yeah.
Definitely a difficult position for Buckethead Ben
You
here.
have
It
to
looks
install
like
the Rising Tide, I think, because you got to interact. Or the Buzzsaw? Was the Buzzsaw selected?
yeah, Buzzsaw is now played in the table here.
Okay. And the other Buzzsaw can get RFG, that's fine.
We do have Hermes though, so yeah, this is the time you have to push, and there's a lot of value if you do hit. Running Archives, you're going to be pretty scary here. We may face an Athene and take 3 damage.
21 credits, feels good.
Although we can pay for the Athene.
Ugh.
It's not fun, but it's possibly necessary, at least for some of them. What's the green next?
That would be Echelon, so that's the killer that's +1 strength.
Yeah.
Breaker, which has currently got a dice on it saying a very sad number, which is not going to be enough for most of the good dice.
Yeah.
I think you're happy to hit Buzzsaw off Gachapon. Rising Tide also fine.
Yeah, also the Buzzsaw not great right now, especially for a Athene. You're paying more than it costs to just pay the credits on a Athene to get through it.
Yeah.
And is this end of turn here? If we're passing the turn, it's not looking good.
Not interacting at all.
So did not Yeti push?
No, that was the start of turn.
Okay. Oh right, yeah. Okay, now yeah. No, first click, drawing cards. Good. Those will be useful because
that
you
a
can
Rising
just
Tide
gung
draw?
ho. Yep.
You got to install that. Yeah.
Down comes the Rising Tide. We can spend a Paladin credit. Is Melius playing Froco?
No, this is not a fun company list. This is a
Ah.
big deal Regenesis list. Second Echelon is just about as good as 3 strength in this matchup. Yeah, the biggest entry is the 1 Cloud Eater, but there are 3 Lion's Manes that are 4 strength. So
the
4 is critical. That you can get that with just the regular breakers and the Tungsten Tailor. Functionally, you got that to 4.
or otherwise occasionally you can get through one backdated with your leech.
You don't want to be using it on that because you want to use the leech for code gates.
Oh, here comes the Tread Lightly, a 1 of in the deck, forcing a
Powerful.
9 to res this Athene here. Very
It
expensive.
is damned expensive. It's cheaper to break it for 6. And I think you have to do that because otherwise
Yeah.
you're just going to explode to bite.
Then we hit into a Boto, paying through wherever Not Yeti is from. That's a
That is a
very expensive.
9 cost Boto with only 4 strength.
Yeah, I'm really bankrupting here. It makes me think that there's a lot of stuff in hand and a very high chance of hitting the Regenesis here. Hitting a card in hand to be able to put something from the table back into hand. The guess was archived to protect.
Yeah, because you got to protect the Regenesis that's in there. The 3-pointer that's
Now
in there.
accessing 1. I'm going to say probably a 2 and 5 here.
Now you access 3 with.
Oh, as in, I'm saying there's probably a 2 and 5 agendas here.
Yeah, they could have
The
piled
amount that was. Oh, there's a bite.
Unfortunately, there's a spin doctor down, so some of them have already left.
Yes,
archives?
that's true. Yeah, so
I would guess there's
expect
one
less.
in there if I was just a gambling man, which I'm not. Is that a
loses
lost?
a pinhole, which is a bit of a shame.
But like you can't really use him as matchup.
Yeah. The bite can go.
Sure.
Then
Now,
accessing
there is no
2
tank
more, I
management, but
believe.
you can't.
Oh, it's a petty cash. And then
Is that a Charlotte?
uh,
I
that
don't
looks like a measured response. Yeah, you can see the
Oh,
little
could
trash
be.
bin in the corner. I mean,
You gotta trash it then.
yeah, I think that makes sense, especially if you've accepted that you haven't found an agenda and you're not hitting the Regenesis at time. Although now with 6
Now
credits,
Not Yeti's really broke. So you
Yeah.
can. How many clicks are left?
uh,
We've nuked, we've installed, we've run. There's 1 click left to
Yeah.
remove the tag.
Yeah.
That is not forgetting about that fact of life. Hey droids. How's the top cut been? Well, let's not talk about it too much, okay?
Declan has his own opinions because he's not sitting here on the top table right now. The top has actually been great. I think the games have been very interesting and rewarding to watch.
Yeah, it's good Netrunner.
You kind of expect it because it's the cut versus Swiss, but sometimes the cut can just be someone gets really unfortunate in brick draw. We had a few games like that, but mostly it's been some really fascinating Netrunner, including like a final turn deep dive that was very close. Maybe had like a 1 in 3 chance of winning the game, but then ended up timing out.
Huh.
So here, Not Yeti gaining credits. The tag was cleared, which I think is crucial because otherwise you just pop that twinning.
Yeah,
and
and then the game is just cooked.
Yeah.
You can't win anymore.
you can only win by hoping and praying on the power of Hermes, which can get you quite far.
But like, it's Hermes singles, which is such a
Yeah.
different beast to Hermes triples. Like, there's no world where it's ever viable to run for a single against Melius.
But not a Regenesis here.
Well, not yet. I think no, yeah, he doesn't want to get that low on credits because double advancing them.
That's true, yeah.
Regenesis
Allowing
would
them
be
to
quite
then
expensive.
run and to put yourself out of the range of being able to use the hedge fund as well. Although it
we-
could have been hedge fund advance, and you say, I'm not going to jam the next thing in.
It's a reasonable
So-
time to run RNG. Yeah. Maybe you could get the bounces because like ice is
Running
not
into a
free to
duplicate
res.
Hermes.
Like it's probably the Melius pick, which stinks, but you could at least try it.
Yeah. Really needs to find more tools to assemble this Doom rig properly. But even once you have it all together, it's going to be pretty expensive to get through some of these servers. I mean, there's 3 subs on a Teeny. You're going to need at least 2 credits to break that with Buzzsaw. There's 3 subs on Boto. That's going to be 3 to break through.
It is an R&D poke. We're gonna do a little digging.
I find it interesting here not to challenge the spin doctor.
It's just hard to find the click. And like it's double, like the archives is likely double protected by the Melius trigger. So just spin doctor
Yeah.
archives is not like a fail safe.
I just think because of the... If you're going to draw a card, is it not worth running the spin? If they don't use it, you'll draw a card anyway. and spend 1 credit, but that seems reasonable. And otherwise, you might force them to pop it, which can put them in a little bit of a precarious situation later on. Because
A tattoo swap is being considered and then rejected? Not yet. The master of baiting, as we call him. Making it, pretending like he's deliberately not swapping the tattoo.
gaining a leech counter, R&D
Oh, it
was
is.
the
It
get.
was the pick. Good pick.
Looks at 1. There's plenty of useful things in archives. I think you pretty much always trash the top card, right?
Yes.
Unless they're seeing a single.
If you have a spin doctor installed, yeah, you always see it. Unless you're deliberately trying to protect the deck. I think that's a big deal for you.
That
Which
is
maybe you do have
a
to.
send a message. So
Think-
first, we're going to trigger Hermes.
The game is changing now.
Yep.
Just with that, because if
This
you
is the power of Hermes. So the card comes out, which we think is probably a Regenesis, but could be a slow
could
ticking
technically be a
agenda.
bite. Or a
That's
three
true,
pointer.
yeah.
But it really looks like it. But is
Resing a microweb.
that a microwave?
No, that's a teeny.
That's a teenage. Yeah.
They're both just a random
And
card.
hey, is that a Fuji?
Fuji as well.
So we have shot into measured.
We should have triggered Hermes first.
We have hit a steel skin with it. Or was that? So this is. Oh, that could not have gone better. Did we miss a Hermes trigger on that second
think
gen of
so.
steel? I believe we did.
Now we know what's been lost. I think maybe the players design. This is
a judge call.
This is firstly a fascinating turn of events with 6 points ripped off the top, but also means we might get to see an extra game of Netrunner.
Which is what we're all here for.
Yeah, we're all here to spend as many hours as possible sticking our eyeballs at cards on a table. I think we're figuring out what happens with the Hermes here. I believe if it's missed, it just is
Yeah,
missed.
it's like you've seen the steel skins cards, which you should not have seen because that damage should have
Yeah.
happened after you did your triggers.
And also the Hermes.
So it looks like it's just going to be ruled a missed trigger. I don't know whether they consulted Lucy for that.
Yeah. And also the Hermes here, there are some cases where actually the Hermes firing does benefit the corp, but here where there are
Here's
so
not
many
one of those
cards,
cases, yeah,
then it's
whatever
it's-
gets bounced is going to have to be reinstalled.
yeah.
So missed a pretty nice Hermes opportunity. Even just bouncing the archives ice is so annoying because like it's tough.
Yeah,
Okay,
a
petty
click and
cash.
credit to install it back is not good.
Um,
Still a little low on credits.
double measure does 4, but it's not going to kill. And there's no triple measured, even with the petty cash being played. So now it's just like anything wins. Challenge. This is where you challenge the spin doctor, because now you can assault on all fronts.
Yeah. Now just needs to find 1 point.
Good game. Gonna gamble. Just not gonna take any risks. We're not in big deal range, so the game's not gonna just snap end.
Here's a Lion's Mane. That's
Ooh,
going to be pretty
We're
expensive.
digging again. I don't think it's too bad because we do have the leech counter now. Wait, where's our leech counter? Oh, we already used it.
Oh,
Damn.
Yep.
Ben's gonna feel pretty sad about that.
it's also
6
it's going to
credits.
give the option of a swap with Tatibola, which will give the corp a bit of a boost of credits, which is maybe not what you want to be doing.
We didn't have the tattoo swap last time.
Yeah, but it's happening this time.
And you should know what that is because it would have been the one that was on top of the deck almost certainly. Which I don't remember what it was, but
And
Okay,
then
now
are we
we
going to
get a
continue and
delightful-
see 3 cards again? It should
Yep.
be 3 fresh cards because there is the R&D hit.
okay, so it's probably gonna be used for protection.
Now, is this a time where you think...
Or
oh,
called
the
purge, did they? Ah, very astute.
Is
chat,
this a
very
time where you
astute.
think about not trashing because it's 1 card?
1, 2, 3.
The hedge fund on the bottom. Just making some notes there.
Just making note, just writing something down.
Yeah, I've talked to Ben about this. So I was like, I didn't know you were a sweaty player, but he is. He's making notes,
I need to start
checking
taking
what's
notes.
going on. It is good and it is encouraged, and people should probably do it.
I want
more.
one of those notepads that like pilots have that you like strapped to your knee.
Yeah, I've heard about that. They gotta play tournaments with that.
I think that's awesome because like Padma like catalog orders, sometimes you know their entire hand and their entire like deck,
Yeah.
order, but like, can you remember exactly what cards on top of the deck each time?
I thought you were
No.
going to say because as a captain and being a pilot of a plane is basically the same thing.
Yeah, I do also believe that. I do get really, you know me, I'm very into like the theming.
So we've had a dig for 3 here from Ben using the twin encounters.
Absolutely nothing to
Also,
show
we did
for it.
lose the paladin, so
You can contest the remote, I feel, because if he spends the credits, he's not also double
yeah.
measuring you.
The benefit here later on of running the Spin Doctor is that we can run into something to charge the twinning with Taka, and it's not spiky. There's nothing spiky on the outside, which right now, you know, Lion's Mane, Atini, not things you want to jam your face into.
See, because we didn't contest this, which I don't know what it is, truly I don't, it now gets install credit, which is probably anoetic. At least that's what he's looking like.
No, I think the thing with advancements is the anoetic. I think we bounced the other advanced card
you might be right.
because we thought it was the agenda, which would make sense.
Credits are pretty tight on because like, we only had what 2 Charlotte Fox.
Yeah,
That's
I do
not enough.
think
You
that-
really want 4 Charlotte Fox.
I think what we won't have seen here is that I think Not Yeti's hand may have been a little bit clunky and awkward. Maybe had an agenda in it, and we felt pressure to get something down. So I don't know though.
No,
Actually,
he was able to spin out the agenda early. He
Yeah.
had the Lacostas and Ice. He had Charlotte relatively early. Things have been going okay as far as I can see on the
because he
board.
did decide to pop it and then jam something in. And unfortunately, that hasn't turned into anything right now. Even though Archives has been untouched this whole time.
Tungsten Taylor needs to come down before we can do too much.
Yeah.
Annoyingly, twinning can only charge during runs now, because we had to get rid of the Paladin during that double agenda skill.
Yeah, there is the Tungsten Tailor. Yeah, I think this is why the Spin Doctor is actually an asset to Ben now, because it can be a safe run to get a twinning charge.
Yeah, sure.
So now we're advancing the actual card we wanted to score. There is the Regenesis.
Now it's like,
Bending 2.
can you
Gonna
play
add
around
in
Big Deal?
a Fuji.
And where is the last agenda?
Yep.
There are 4 3-pointers left.
So the R&D card comes back to hand. That makes sense. We've got one last click for Not Yeti here.
No,
Install.
there are only 5 agendas. Sorry, there's 1 Send a Message left in the game, 1 Fuji left in the game, and 2 Regenesis left in the game.
And a Sisyphus.
And a Sisyphus. There are 5 cards remaining in the pool of cards.
Yep. 2 Regenesis, 1 Sisyphus, 1 Fuji, and 2 Send a Message. 5 cards, and there's not going to be too many cards left in that deck. We've already seen that Bucket Hat Ben has got like 3 cards left in his deck, so
Yeah.
we must assume that it's getting similar to Not Yeti. Not down to 5, but maybe about 15, 20 cards left in his deck at this point.
A pretty reasonable run. Yeah, I think running spin first, R&D second.
It looks like we didn't use the Tacker. I guess we know we're going to run R&D,
Yeah,
but
maybe that's the plan is like still have that in mind. It's waste of value if you Bite is going back, of course. Not Yeti, incapable of winning the game properly, and relies on cheese.
well, it is true that for Bucket Hat Ben, he is actually down to a limited number of cards now. There's no recursion here. It's if he takes 2 bites, I think he's still alive.
Yeah, but that's it.
Yeah, and the odds of that are pretty low.
The fact that Fuji can't kill you anymore is nice.
But I think what I would have done here is run the spin, charge the twinning, and not interact. Because Big Deal isn't a threat. Not yet, he doesn't have something on the table that could be scored as an agenda, so you can afford to take a turn so that you can dig for 3 at once. Because also if they do ever draw and then push, well, you go dig for now 3 cards, which means you have even better odds of being able to get through.
I
Here
think
comes Hanze. That's going to put to 16 credits, but then dropping down to 14 and installing in the remote, which means there could be Charlotte Big Deal here. Charlotte Big Deal would
That's
be
a big
credit
issue.
perfect.
it's worth contesting that just because, like,
It may also be that if we have a, I don't know, no, a pinhole doesn't really do anything here because you're better off just running the actual remote. So was this a fermenter pop here for plenty of credits? 23 credits. That will get you into anything. Now we're gonna Eru
Whoa, okay.
into a Boto,
It's expensive.
which is important though. We forced a res, which means big deal is not happening.
Yeah, that's true.
But it could be that there is a Regenesis in the remote there. Eru, of course, not breaching archives, instead breaching R&D.
Yeah, interesting.
But also, if we
It really-
breach R&D and we see an agenda, we just put that card in the remote back in hand, and we know that we're safe for another turn.
Because he probably picked R&D, not thinking about this line, not
Yeah.
using, or at least not like counting on it too
Yeah,
hard.
you are correct. That is the R&D call, Melias.
Meaning that you don't get to like check whether the top is an agenda and just draw it.
Yeah.
Surprisingly cheap to break that. I think we had the tungsten down and the leech counter for the Atini, and then we could able just like pay a bit for
There
the.
should be 3 total cards. Taking notes here. Second card.
The two ults between Leech and Buzzsaw are the Rising Tide and the Echelon.
1 to trash an animatic void.
Makes sense.
1 of 2 animatic voids. And then the last card here. That is a bite.
Is it going to be triggered? Because the game is a bit awkward if you trigger this.
Ooh, this
Is triggering it.
technically, he shouldn't see that Hanze. I think we'll just ignore that. I don't think it matters, but technically he shouldn't see that the top card of the deck is Hanze at this point.
Do you still respect tag punishment at this point in the game, at this hour?
I think you have to, because it is how you win. Like the multi-axis is worth more than the tag.
Okay, how many clicks are left?
Not sure. We've also got no cards left. So if we hit a bite now,
The last bite
game
is
over.
win. Okay, this is cooked. We need to do something about bite. This is getting too much.
Will the Reading Megacity be won by accessing a bite? If that is a bite in the
table
remote
bite,
right
yeah.
now, then all credit. All credit to Not Yeti for making that line and making that play.
Do we remember to get a leech counter on the successful? I'm not sure that we did.
Maybe not.
I think it was for ball. One
One
click
click
left.
left.
Do you just contest? I think he's saying yes. I would like my leech counter, and I hope
Yeah.
he runs the. I don't know.
Probably
I don't know.
affords to run.
He can certainly afford it, but do you want to access card?
Yeah, but also no. But there's Anoetic Void, so that you can't get in there.
And there's no time. So being up on points is
So
just,
actually, the best thing you can do is run archives here.
if it's Anoetic Void and it's fired, then you're kind of just kicking yourself in the.
Because also
Basically,
they can
yeah.
have the agenda in hand and they can bin it with Anoetic Void.
Yeah,
So
it's
I think
fine.
all you can do here is either
Run HQ and you
yeah
don't even get to sweep HQ. You
H-
get a single on HQ, or do you can just gain some money and flag?
HQ or archives are the only 2 options here.
Archives is real.
I think archives is correct. There's also a tag to clear though.
I think the tag may not do anything now. Because it's just too slow to trash anything here.
Yeah. And also it's difficult for Not Yeti because there are 2 things you have to trash. It does mean that if there's a
No,
Charlotte in
you
there,
only have to trash the Taka.
not the error.
Well, it's harder. Like you've got 2 rare dice on archives, so probably not.
We're just going through
In fact,
and there's nothing.
Ben has 2 tags, double measured.
Double measured. Okay.
There is not nearly enough credits for double measured.
Not the credits for that. And there is a nice happy hug at the end for an excellently played game.
Who won? Sorry, I didn't even catch
Not
that.
Yeti won with 2 measures in hand.
But he doesn't have credits for double measured. 1 measured? I guess you can credit measure because he's only got 1 card in hand. He ended on estimate.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, maybe that's a little bit rushed at the end there. But
Yeah.
it did look like it was pretty certain.
There are 2 tags.
Well, there we go. That is the
Very
Reading
well
Megacity finishing there with a win from Not Yeti. So now we have Dolbol as a Megacity champion, Not Yeti as a Megacity champion, and then there will be another Megacity in Bristol in a few weeks. No,
Yeah, well, I can be a Mega City champion
a
again.
bit of a chunk of time.
It's like in like a month.
Yeah,
So we get like some actual time without constant tournaments, which I'm kind of looking forward to.
yeah. Well, we are going to go back to hearing what's going on. Wonder if I can boost the audio.
He's already pissed off. It's Luke. Also pissed off, but to be fair to him, he does have a long drive. It's faulty ice. Chunky Seal! Taking first four available playmats. Coming fourth place on two truly peculiar decks. It's Double. Coming in third. Second place, his bucket hat there. You're not true to your name, you don't get that. And winning the whole thing and becoming our inaugural Reading Megacity champion. It's not Yeti! That is all of the official festivities we have time for, except for finishing off the tunnel. Oh, wait, hold on. These things. Yeti, Ben, have some overclocks. One more official prize to hand out, which will be these overclocks to the winner of the Eternal Side event.
Well, we're like 14 minutes off of finishing.
What?
We're like 14 minutes off of finishing. 1-4.
We like 14 minutes.
Sorry, I
Oh, I didn't know we were playing something.
right.
I thought it was like me handing you a ticket.
Okay. Let's see. It
All right, everyone, I've managed to nab him away. Here is your Reading Megacity champion for today. For the
For a
entire
year at least.
yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe, well, it might be only 9 months. We don't know what the next Megacity will be, but well done on your win.
Thank you.
How has your journey? Because I haven't seen your whole journey through the tournament. How was it early in Swiss and things like that?
So my first loss came in round 3, so just before lunch, day 1.
Yeah.
Lost a very tight game with the Meliers to the Hermes Tau that made the top cut. That game was sick and involved Tau using the ability to move enemies around to dodge like some deep dive, like to keep the deep dive safe.
Yeah.
Very sick. And then I lost another game to Cornelius, who was King Swiss, where I kind of punted a game into a Yuko by just not slowing down and thinking. And then, so managed to ID the last round, make the cut. Had a pretty rubbish night's sleep on an airbed without a pillow, but had a really fun time. And then, today, just 4 straight wins. First round of the cut, I played against Dolbulb, who is playing the Spark Padma into me. I can't honestly say that beating the Spark Padma is achievable for my deck. It shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
He sparked out Lodiorca turn 2, he had loads of money, he was staying on top of me, and then he just, on a certain turn, saw red and spent all of his money, all of his clicks to get Fuji out of archives, end on 3 cards in hand, died to measured response.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of good measured response kills today, some good big deal score outs. I've been really happy with all of the influence in the Melies deck, and the Lu is just like exactly the Regist version, I think, that maybe not Regist, Hermes. is maybe spicy, but it's like solid fundamental Netrunner.
Yeah, yeah. Did you have any unexpected big deal finishes in Swiss where people were like, "You what?"
No, well, I published the deck for the first time like a week ago.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of the people I played against were familiar with my exact list. It's the exact list I played card for card that I've been in Cambridge Megacity, where I came fifth. And so I think most of my opponents were pretty familiar with what I had going on.
Yeah.
But it's still great. I have on JNet, not in the tournament, managed to score 2 Regenesis in the same turn.
Wow.
One from the table, one from Big Deal, because you can fast advantage to Regenesis with
Yeah,
Big Deal.
yeah.
So yeah, it creates board states, or it creates like outs. Like playing that Melius deck, you never don't have a line, you know, which is why I love it so much. It's really good.
And so, going back to the Cambridge Megacity, were you playing the same 2 decks there?
Same 2 decks. I was 1 card different. I had a 41st card in my Lou, which was a mistake.
And then you refined it,
and then I
optimized
opted
it,
it, cut
and it paid off.
Gourmand, and now 4 places better. So
Very nice.
turns out you should play 40 cards. If anybody says you should play more than 40 cards, they are wrong. I played against like multiple grinder AU or Melios games where the corp chose to start trying to grind me out, and I like never finished a game with fewer than like 5 cards still in the deck.
Yeah.
Because if you play fewer cards, you get it set up more consistently. You get the accesses when the corp's poorer, and you finish the games faster.
Yeah.
Like adding more cards means that yes, you're less likely to get ground out, but that kind of assumes that the game's going to be the same length. If you play fewer cards, you get faster games. You win more. That's my theory.
Very nice. And what next with now a mega city under your belt? Are you
Yeah.
off to EMEA content.
Yeah, so
I-
Continentals,
yeah.
between now and then, I have Lille Megacity in the north of France.
Very nice.
For Kikai's 40th.
Very cool.
Visiting Davs and Nervous Nightjar, who are part of our testing team, going over and playing that in a month's time. So that's the next thing. But yeah,
Lining up for content. And I guess the last question: are you thinking about Worlds?
I am planning on going to Worlds. I will be there.
Hey, I did hear that Joel Bob is also planning
Oh,
to
nice.
get a ticket, so you should check with him. So,
Yeah. But
you can
yeah,
figure that out.
yeah, it's just been a really fun few days. This is probably the most confident I've ever felt going into a tournament. Like, because I was playing the exact same lists that I played last time,
Yeah.
and I've been practicing these 2 lists for the best part of 2 months with very few changes like in that time. I just like feel like they're really solid decks. Like I've worked on building those decks for a very long time, and I'm pretty convinced by every slot in every one of them, and that like they're probably the best Melius deck and the best Lou deck that you can play, which is probably very controversial, but I think for sure I'm kind of pretty confident in them now.
Oh, I've listed you as the wrong name. Let's just update that. This is, of course,
I'm not Chunky Seal.
not Yeti.
Very
My last question for you, as someone that wants to continue getting better at Netrunner, how many kind of games are we talking that you think you've played of that Melios deck? Are we talking the tens? Are we talking over into the hundreds?
We're definitely in the hundreds. So Melios is my favorite Netrunner idea of all time. I just think it's like so fun, really rewarding, like does great stuff. And then I checked my JNet stats, and since the set come out, I played 300 games of Melios on JNet, and I play more in paper than I do on JNet.
Wow. Okay.
So this specific Melios list, I was playing a bunch of the other variants for a while, and I just sat down one day. I was like, okay, I've absorbed all of the Melios lists. I know what works. I know what I want to play. I'm going to put them together in one list. And I got to it, and I realized I had spent no influence. I just put Spin Doctors in, and I had no other influence in the deck. So I just went, well, 3 measured response. That's the most convenient way to
and it spent lots of influence nice and fast.
Yeah, exactly. And it turned out they were great. Really good against Criminal, which is less relevant right now, but also really good against Anarchs.
Yeah.
And with Regenesis, it's just so good. But I found it wasn't working as Shaper. Shapers don't have to run. They can get really rich, and they can contest both the remote and archives to turn off Regenesis. So it's just harder on all fronts against Shaper. And that's where the big deal came in, because if they're sat there not doing anything, waiting around, score 4 points, win the game, is a pretty effective way of closing things out. So,
And because Big Deal removes from game, you can do the
regenerate
regenerate,
yeah.
because it doesn't enter archives. Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, I don't think you have to play that many. I think many of the best players play a lot less than me. One of the things that I took some advice from like a couple of people like Jai, Davs, Augustus Caesar, was that they were telling me you should play 10 runner games for every one court game you play. Basically, every court game you play, it's like once you've played out your court lists, that you can kind of set the pace for a game. You can like decide what game's going to play. But as the runner, you're always reacting to the corpse board state. Your matchup knowledge needs to be much better. You need to do a lot more. So for this tournament in particular, since Cambridge, I've only played runner. And even before my prep for Cambridge was just runner prep with like occasional Melios games at the pub. And so yeah, if somebody was looking to like get better and improve, I think the 10 runner games for every one court game, if you're just playing JNet, like grinding random JNet games, is really useful to take on board.
And also, it's easy to queue into those games. People love playing court.
Yeah. And like playing, and I say this all the time, I've got lots of people who I know who don't like to necessarily play JNet because they find you get like the people who play their like 59 card Esker list or whatever. And for me, I love playing against someone's miserable pile because my decks are good and I know I can win. And so it's just a battle of wills. So I think playing a lot of run is really good because it helps you with the Swift cheese. It helps you not get caught out and surprised. So yeah, that would be my advice.
Well, congratulations again.
Thank you very
And we'll
much.
leave
Good.
with 2 last questions. One is, you've probably already answered it, but you can choose something different if you want. What is your one piece of Netrunner advice for people?
One piece of Netrunner advice.
Could just be the same.
Yeah, just play a lot of Netrunner and play it in paper. That'd be my main piece of advice.
And then lastly, just close out, one piece of life advice.
One piece of life advice. I have no idea. Play lots of Netrunner.
Good life advice.
There you go.
Cool. Well, thank you very much for joining. Please show off the little prizes you got.
Oh yeah, I got a Conch by.
Yep.
Conch by and
And Methuselah playmat. Look at that beautiful piece of art.
very nice.
Does it make you want to play Methuselah a little bit?
No. I want it on the
shame.
record, by the way, and so I will sign off with this. During spoiler season, Axu and Jai said to me, Methuselah is basically patchwork, if not better than patchwork. And I have screenshots to prove it. So there you go.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations again, and we'll see you at future tournaments.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
All right,
See
catch
you
you around. Bye.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks for dropping by and seeing the stream. This has been the Reading Megacity. I'm going to cut up all the videos separately, so don't you worry. They will be visible up on mine later. And now it's just an evening of winding down, packing away the setup. In fact, do I have a good way? Yeah, I can do that. I'm just going to unplug everything and show you the little stream setup because I think it's fascinating. Now, okay, we have audio back. That's the bit I do need. But now I can show you around the little stream setup we have. So, here is the desk. And in this desk, we've got all our cables. We've got 2 different USB camera extenders for 10 meters, which connect to each of the webcams, although one of them failed. We've got some power. We've got the Ethernet cable that connects from the other laptop to this setup here. This is such an awkward angle for me to do, but I'm committed to it. There we go. And then also we have power for the laptop. And then obviously we have the USB mic, which I am carrying around with me now. And then we'll just go take a look at the rest of the setup. Hey, we're doing a little tour of the stream setup. But I have to do it really awkwardly because this is all I've got. And then here we have the stream table. So here's some messy cards left out, bunch of stuff. And then behind it there, we've got studio light, an overhead DSLR, and then we've got 2 webcams either side of the back there. And then against all of it, we have a laptop that, like I said, is running that Ethernet cable after taking the feed out from an Elgato card over to the other table. And then that's your stream setup. So if you ever want to also do streaming, let me know and I can help you make it happen. But otherwise, that is going to be all of it for the content today. And you can watch all the videos back later and enjoy those. And also take these decks, find them. They're listed. I put a thing in the chat earlier. I'm just going to put it up again because people might want to go away, grab some of these decks and just go and use them. But we have all the decks listed and available on this link here, if I post it correctly, in there. So you can go grab those decks. You can do your 10-to-1 runner game ratio and get better at Netrunner. And we'll see you in future. Unfortunately, I'm away for a lot of the upcoming streams in the UK. So hopefully someone else will be covering it, or someone can use advice and knowledge from this little clip and also from asking me. And yeah, we'll be back later in the year for a bit more Netrunner, but not for most of the summer, I'm afraid. Thanks lastly again for joining. Give us a like. Subscribe if you want to see more of this stuff, and yeah, that's it. Go play some Netrunner. See ya.